yourselves during this pandemic.
In every house, you will hear the cry of death. What to do? This is their karma.
So this is a very strong statement from Devi. Devi is saying that from every house, you will hear the cry of death.
It's a very strong statement, at the same time, a very compassionate revelation. Because when you know what is going to happen and you know the impact it is going to bring in your life,
you can be prepared for it. And even see, all these relations, all these, if you are praying and you are following what Devi is saying, you can make the changes, because Devi is very compassionate. She is not just revealing, she is not reading out only the cosmic archives, she can even change it. So what Devi is saying, if we follow that, it's likely that you can be saved. So Devi is saying that go to Adi Kailasa. So Devi is mentioning that the only way for the people of Malaysia right now to save themselves is Adi Kailasa. It is pertinent to add that all the people in Malaysia or anywhere of the world, if you want to save yourself and you want to come to Adi Kailasa, please sign up as tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care. Kailasa Care is the way, only way for Malaysia to save itself from COVID pandemic. So requesting all the viewers, if you are watching it and if you are from Malaysia, if you want to save yourself and your family, please sign up at tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care. So let us look into what are the activities that Swamiji did in Malaysia, how he created the ecosystem, and what was the ecosystem like. So Swamiji gave a series of talks during his visit to Malaysia. Below you can see pictures of Swamiji giving a talk at Kuala Lumpur Infrastructure University College. After the discourse, Swamiji met individually with each person and gave healing and blessings. So you can see the pictures. So you can see the pictures of Swamiji attending to the people from Malaysia, the big hall, and how Swamiji was very young. It was in 2006. Swamiji has gone, and you can see the pictures.
In one of these programs, you might have been there or you must have heard about it. In one of these programs, Swamiji had enrolled the possibility, he had given the possibility to people to sign up and take the life of sannyas. And guess what? Around 5,000 people, 5,000 youth raised their hands simultaneously, expressing their desire to take up the life of sannyas. So it showed the kind of seeking the people of Malaysia have, the kind of journey that the people of Malaysia are looking forward to. But this could not be enabled for various reasons. Reasons might be many, but now is the possibility, even now we have the time in hand, and there's a possibility open, and the doors of Adi Kailasa are still open.
So you can see Swamiji was giving every person darshan individually, initiating individually. It's already a trademark of Swamiji. Even if there are thousands of people and Swamiji has to sit for 24 hours at a stretch, he will not get up till the last person receives the initiation.
In fact, I believe one of the biggest gatherings was during the Ujjain Kumbh Mela, where alone the registered participants were more than 5,000 and the visitors were close to 10 million. So you can understand how many people Swamiji gave darshan and initiation.
So it will be one line of the female bodies, one line of the male bodies. Continuously, Swamiji with both his hands will be giving initiations, and Swamiji will be sitting at a stretch. The people who do service with the Swamiji, like supporting Swamiji in his initiation and all, they get tired, but not Swamiji.
And if you have received this initiation, please understand the relation of guru-disciple can never be broken. Initiation is always there with you as long as you haven't done Guru Droha. And the power of initiation, the love of the master, which has filled you and comes back as love for the master, that guru-disciple relationship, he has given the commitment for your well-being. And in the And because of that commitment for your well-being and your enlightenment, Guru has opened the doors. Now it is for us to make the move and do what is right, not what is pleasant.
So you can see the different news articles which were published in 7th October 2006 in Vanambadi, Tamil newspaper of Malaysia. So it was very, in 2006, Swamiji was very young. He was
33.
No, in 26, 28, only 28 years. Swamiji was only 28 years old when Swamiji, these pictures are taken in 2006. So you can see at such a young age, Swamiji had such an impact on the people. And Swamiji was able to create what others, for a 28-year-old normal boy who is struggling even to get a job, a small job. And here Swamiji is creating empires.
In 33 countries, in a matter of 5 years from inauguration of the mission of Swamiji, the global mission, the public face of the global mission, in mere 5 years, spreading to 33 countries. And why? It was just to reach to you, each and every one of you who are connected cosmically to the Guru, cosmically connected to Devi, cosmically connected to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
So when Swami Devi is mentioning that she was creating the Adi Kailasa, this ecosystem, this is what Swamiji was doing multiple trips to Malaysia to establish the Kailasa there.
From 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, it went on. It went on until it was made impossible by the lawfare, by various vexatious litigations and trying to seize Swamiji's passport by the authorities. Until these problems came up, Swamiji made sure to reach out to Malaysia and made himself available
to the people of Malaysia to establish Kailasa there. In this article, you can see it is dated 4th November 2006. So Swamiji was continuously in news in the Malaysia whenever Swamiji used to visit Malaysia, and his impact was too much and the people were liking him. But some vested interests, there are always some bad apple, some people who do not want the Kailasa ecosystem to grow, the humanity to have a breakthrough. They wanted to target Swamiji. They wanted to destroy the Kailasa ecosystem, and they destroyed the Kailasa ecosystem twice in Malaysia. That is what Devi is mentioning in her Akashic reading, that twice it was looted. So once it was looted, Swamiji has recreated it, again it was looted. And the people who were interested to maintain it, to safeguard it, they failed to perform their duty. Because of that, the Kailasa ecosystem in Malaysia has failed. And because of its failure, the people of Malaysia are going to suffer. That's what Devi is revealing in her Akashic reading. But she has given a golden chance to anyone who wants to save themselves and want to save their near and dear ones, your family, friends. Please register at tinyurl.com/Kailasa care. This is the only way for you to save yourself. Save your life now. Register at tinyurl.com/Kailasa care.
So we see the reports from Malaysia, where Malaysia records 126 COVID deaths. So this is a news from June 2nd, 2021. We have many such reports coming from all over Malaysia. We had in the past few days gone through the reports of India, where we had seen that estimates showed as high as 50% of the entire country being already infected by COVID. Such an alarming rate. We don't know what holds for Malaysia, but already we are witnessing the impact of COVID in Malaysia.
You can see the record 126 COVID deaths in Malaysia is already happening. It's dated 2nd June 2021, just after Devi's revelations. So you can see that revelation was given. Devi has given this revelation on 1st June, and this news article is from 2nd June.
Total COVID-19 fatality in Malaysia breaks 3,000 mark. New deaths at over 100 for second day running. So please understand, we cannot simply compare India and Malaysia in terms of the mere population, because Malaysia could be understood as one of the states in terms of the population, one of the states of India, so to say. So the numbers will not be in that kind of a proportion, but we have to understand for the population density and for the number of people in Malaysia, these numbers are huge.
You can see it has the fatality breaks 3,000 mark, new deaths as over 100 for second day running. So you can see the state of affairs in Malaysia right now is very gloomy, and it's becoming worse day by day.
And this news article is a very recent article, which is just from today,
just 43 minutes ago. So different, you can see the
COVID-19 deaths
in
reach
the picture
height.
Actually I was seeing that person, the how much she is sad, because so many
dead bodies have to be buried and given their last rites.
So this is a very sad state of affairs in Malaysia, all because the people who were entrusted to protect and safeguard the Kailasa ecosystem failed to do so. This is the karma. Devi has said that every house you will hear the cry of death. So this is a very, very strong statement. This is a very great revelation. And all of you, please save yourself. Please sign up at tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care. You can see the scrolls and you can sign up for being a part, coming to Adi Kailasa in India.
In India, we had seen the first wave of corona. Then we had seen the second wave of corona. And now we know of the possibility, the terrifying possibility of a third wave. And also please understand that though the corona component of the entire pandemic might have been a manifestation of nature, we can have a dispute about that. But when it comes to the black fungus or the yellow fungus or the white fungus, it is no doubt that it is very much man-made, because the medicines which are administered for curing corona, they become the reason why people are getting affected by the black fungus, and it is highly fatal with a 50% mortality rate. So just imagine when these kind of unfortunate things happen in other countries, we don't know how humanity will be able to face this situation. And as Devi has specifically said, that Krimi Bhojanam, the hell where insects eat people, that kind of hell is already opened in India, and it'll open at a much larger scale during the third wave. And from India, it will spread to other places. The hell will open in other countries also, especially referring to the Indian subcontinent, which includes all these countries around India also.
India and Southeast Asia. So you can see in this graph, the total number of cases, this is how it represents. Total active cases, total confirmed cases are 5,87,165. This data is from 2nd June 2021, 6 p.m. So 5,87,165 confirmed cases. Out of total, 82,274 are the active cases. New cases per day are 7,703 cases today. Totally ICU 878, and total deaths are 2,993, including new deaths.
Please notice that the new recoveries today is around 5,777, whereas the new cases today is around 7,703. We can see the direction in which things are heading.
So the recoveries are less and new cases are more. That means the graph is going in a negative way, and it is a very bad sign.
It's a very concerning, very serious situation.
Very bad sign for Malaysia. And actually, Devi has given has put all the dots and made the whole picture clear that who are all going to be affected the most. We will be revealing it after a few slides. So you can see the state of affairs in Malaysia, how the graveyard is full and new bodies are being brought up to the graveyards.
a study. This news report presents a study. It's from 2nd June. Malaysia's COVID-related death toll may reach 26,000 by September.
So it may be a very conservative, because all the news articles, they are very conservative. They do not want to spread the panic or tell the right thing, because it may lead to something which they do not want, the legal persecution, many things.
And this estimation is as per the growth rate, and this estimation is as per the World Health Organization.
So it is a conservative data or number that 26,000 death rates may reach, but it can go for more, because what is being counted as per right now is based on the deaths happening due to COVID. But once the black fungus and other funguses, white and yellow, they will attack.
And we don't even know what other kind of manifestation. It might not necessarily be black fungus, but our only concern, the only reason why we feel we must share this is because we feel that other countries should not have the same fate as India and should be informed upfront in time of the possibilities.
That's why we are reiterating again and again. Please sign up at Kailasa Care, tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care, to come to Adi Kailasa or any of the Adinams that are open for preventive COVID care and save yourself. It is very important.
Ganaprabhaji, it's worth mentioning for the people in Malaysia. In this history of 100 years, more than 100 years, nobody would have ever imagined that millions of lives will be lost in India because of shortage of oxygen. So much so that industrial oxygen is now diverted to hospitals, and many industries are shut down. Never in their life anybody could have imagined that industries would be shut down because of lack of oxygen. So we don't know how things are going to be in future, but because it was nobody could have imagined it. Naturally, nobody was prepared for it. The entire infrastructure was not even prepared for it. The hospitals were not prepared for it, and it had a serious impact. Very, very, very rich people also faced death, simple death, and there was no way they could save themselves. Money is not able to protect people from COVID. Please understand. In India, you might have an extraordinary reach. A few days ago, the Supreme Point of Hinduism was sharing that in spite of knowing so many doctors, having so many doctor disciples, and having disciples who own multiple
hospital chains.
In fact, many of us who have been following Swamiji for more than a decade must be knowing that Swamiji had a personal healing center in Apollo Hospital, and the founders of Apollo Hospitals were followers of Swamiji. So in spite of such a huge following, so much difficulty we had to face to have our sister, our Guru Bahans, our disciple sisters to get admitted to the hospitals. And Swamiji, who really feels of them as his daughters, who empowers them as his daughters, was sharing very, very openly that he was not, in spite of having such an influence, he was not able to even get a bed for his own daughters in the hospital when they were infected with COVID. And for what? For doing Anadan, for giving free food to people. So this is because we were not prepared. The entire country was not prepared for COVID, because nobody could even imagined that things would go bad in such ways.
Yes, that's why when Devi reveals that Malaysia is going to face what she has mentioned, it's time not to just panic. It's time to prepare yourselves, and it's time to save yourself. Save yourself by coming to Kailasa. Save yourself by quarantining yourself, by coming to preventive quarantine in any of the Adinams opened by Swamiji for the people who want to save themselves during this pandemic. For that, now, please sign up at tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care.
And now in this particular news from the CNBC, we see that Malaysia now has more COVID cases per million than India. We have heard how the numbers have been in India, and this news is already saying that per million population, per capita, we can say the number of cases in Malaysia, number of COVID cases in Malaysia are already more than India. That is very, very concerning for everyone.
You can see the different news articles mentioning the same.
If we go back to the previous news article, I would like to highlight that India has been experiencing a devastating second wave since April and has the world's second largest COVID caseloads. And now we are having Malaysia, which is surpassing, and it has been battling a surge of coronavirus cases since the last few months. So now we have Malaysia, which has more number of cases per million than the world's second most affected country.
And Devi has already mentioned it. What is the reason? Because the people who failed to save the Kailasa ecosystem, which was created by Swamiji there. So twice, it is not only once, it was destroyed twice. Because of that karma, this is happening. This corona pandemic is killing the people because the Kailasa ecosystem was destroyed there. So even now, please come to Kailasa. Please sign up at Kailasa Care. Please sign up at tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care. You can see the scrolls and you can sign up right now. So moving ahead, we will be seeing more articles about how this is our comparison with Malaysia and India. These are two different, because in the population in India is huge, but once it comes to the per million death rates or the cases of corona, Malaysia is beating India.
In fact, to put the numbers in perspective, the population of India is around 1.3 billion, whereas of Malaysia is around 23 million. So
it's almost 5 times.
It's not 5 times. It is 23 million and 1.3 billion. More than a factor of, I'll say 440 or 400.
Yeah.
So the thing is, what we should understand, like some cities like Bombay, their population, the kind of the population, a single city like Bombay, Mumbai or Delhi, they have almost like 1 crore people, which is like 10 million, one city alone. And here we have the entire country with a population of 23 million, which is like add 2 cities of India together, Mumbai and Delhi, you get population equivalent to Malaysia. So the numbers might not be comparable in that terms, but let's just look at what is happening. We had a huge second wave, you can see in the graph, a few days ago in India, and now we see that India is recovering, but Malaysia is climbing up towards a similar wave,
which is what is being predicted by Devi Parashakti. So you can see this is 205 cases per 1 million population, and India's has reduced to 150 cases per million. So this all graphs, they are showing that the spike in the cases of COVID-19 in Malaysia. Also, now we want to discuss the state of affairs of Indians in Malaysia, how the Indians are suffering in Malaysia. It is very important to note that a significant size of Indians are part of the Malaysian population, Malaysian demography, but they are not experiencing the same level of justice, same level of equality with the other people in Malaysia. So we will be going through a few slides, a few information. It is not a blanket statement about all the cases. It is just, we just want to highlight some of the things that are happening. We are in no way accusing any country. We are just trying to present the picture, how it is happening.
So you see in the article in front of you, it shows that more than 50% of prison death victims are Malaysian Indians. And this is something concerning, and we would like to discuss such matters. The article reads, the thing is, this is not the first time a Malaysian Indian has died under police custody. There are at least 29.4 million Malaysian citizens. Of this population, only 6.9% are of Indian heritage, according to Malaysia's Department of Statistics. Between 2010 to 2017, there were at least 1,600 deaths in Malaysian prisons. And yet, according to non-government organizations, more commonly known as Suaram, nearly 50% of police custodial deaths are recorded to be Indian victims. Let me correct myself, 55%. So here is a mismatch. We have Indians, people of Indian origin in Malaysia, as less than 7%, but they contribute to 50% of custodial deaths. That is a very concerning matter. And it is not a matter of whether they have a criminal history or they are innocent. The matter is there is something called human rights. Someone cannot be killed in custody. That is the international human rights. That is what is the international law. So just because if somebody has been accused of some crime, he cannot be killed. If someone has been convicted of a crime, there is a certain sentence he is given. There's a certain
procedure of law. Like if you are convicted by the lower court, you go to the higher courts. Then if the higher court also convicts you, finds you guilty, you go to the Supreme Court.
And particularly what needs to be emphasized is that as per law, a particular punishment or a sentence is given, which might be to be in the prison, to serve a prison sentence of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. It depends. But custodial death is fundamentally wrong. It's criminal. It is the state responsibility to protect the citizens, and especially those who are in prison. Having a huge chunk of people who are dying in prisons being as from Indian origin, it's a very concerning matter. In fact, I would like to mention the significance of these things. We might have heard of Julian Assange and people of internationally people who are sought for various crimes. The various countries have alleged on them. Julian Assange was refused extradition to USA. USA's appeal to the UK court to extradite, to call Assange from UK to USA to put him under trial, was rejected by the UK court because of the concern of safety and well-being of Julian Assange. So there you have it, that these matters are not a small thing, and the rights of even the prisoners need to be protected.
But you can see that 55% of the custodial deaths are of Indians in Malaysia, whereas they constitute only 7%, less than 7%. So great, this is
mismatch. Disproportionality.
So you can see, even in this news article, you can see the people were tortured when they were in the prison, in the Jelebu prison. They were tortured
and some even contemplating suicide to end their misery.
Yeah. They alleged, the people who were in the custody, they alleged that they were beaten with plastic pipes, sticks, chairs, and other objects, as well as had their private parts pepper sprayed. This is one of the worst tortures that are done to hardcore criminals. But these people were taken care on some security offenses. So all these tortures were done to Indians.
Whether it is done to anybody, this is fundamentally illegal. It is inhuman. It is cruel. It is barbaric. It makes the people who are supposed to protect law and order very much same as the people who do the crimes. And it should be condemned because it is a degradation of the person going through such an experience. And it's also a degradation of the person actually performing these cruel, inhuman, barbaric acts.
So any of these activities which are happening, the people suffering due to COVID or people suffering due to the inequality and the discrimination they are facing, the only solution is Kailasa. Please sign up to save yourself during this pandemic times. You can sign up at tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care, and you can become a member, a part of Kailasa ecosystem in any of the Adi Kailasas in India. You can come to Adi Kailasa. You can come to any of the Kailasas that are established in India. So please sign up at tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care and save yourself from this pandemic. So it is time now that we move to the next part of the segment, that how the Adi Kailasa is getting prepared to receive the people who are coming for the preventive quarantine and to save themselves during this pandemic. So we will be moving to the next segment after this short break. Thank you so much for joining in.
Nityananda.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Nityanandam.
Nityananda, welcome back to this segment. Here we are going to discuss and reveal what are the Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunities for India and also for Malaysia during this COVID-19, and show how it is a practical solution for health, joy and bliss.
So you can see in yes. So first we will discuss the details of
The status of the world today. So we have seen that coronavirus has affected the whole world. Total deaths of 3 million, total confirmed cases of almost 140 million, new deaths which are happening every day, around 12,744, and latest daily figure of 837,000.
So this is the present status of the world, which is very gloomy. Number of deaths are increasing, and you can see the number of deaths are maximum in USA, followed by India. India has 2,57,072,440,
87.
and that is the number of cases, and out of that 2,87,122 confirmed deaths. So this is the proportion in which the people of India are dying due to COVID, which is very alarming, and it is increasing.
And please understand, the numbers as per various estimates are highly underplayed. It might be very non-intuitive to know or to hear that number of cases in the US are so much more than India, whereas we know the population of India is much higher. So,
And the health hygiene conditions, the density of population,
the distance between the people, how they live, and compared to how people lived in a very jam-packed way in
and the
India.
medical resources available for testing and all, if you match all this, then you can easily guess that who will be on the top. But we cannot just tell, because what is the number is the number, but you can just guess who will be on the top based on all these conditions. So the state in India, the state of COVID-19 cases in India is very pathetic, that you can say.
So the concern is not here of being right or wrong. It's not about data. It's not about who is right, who is on the top. The problem here is of the numbers being downplayed, which is making people feel that things are okay, giving them a false confidence, a wrong picture of what is actually happening and what more is there in store for them, which is pushing more people to death, because people are not fundamentally waking
Prepared,
up.
yeah.
They are not waking up to the reality. And
All
not
these
prepared.
false cases that the condition is improving, that makes the people complacent, and they even the small precautions they are taking, they ditch it because they think that everything is improving. Now there is no need to take care, and that what happens when the lockdown is ended and the markets open up. The people, they run into this clothes stores. That's what Swamiji was saying, that what is the need to purchase clothes during this pandemic?
What is the need to have a huge crowd, tightly packed, that kind of a crowd gathering to happen in a shop of utensils?
So these are not essential items, but the people of India do not realize this. This is the reason why the number of cases and the death rate is increasing in India. You can see all the graphs are pointing to that. These graphs may be looking very technical or very high-fetched, but what it means is very clearly that it is not going down. The COVID cases may look that they are reducing, but the moment the lockdown ends and again the people will be out on pub in the streets.
And it also shows that India's record is consistent, which is not a thing to be happy about, unfortunately. India's record of failing to protect its people for one or the other reason, or we should say that the karma is falling on the people of India very consistently. In India, we are having around 8,83,000 or 283,000 deaths, 4,500 new deaths in last 24 hours, and around 25 million confirmed cases, which is like, I should say, it is almost equal to the population of entire Malaysia.
Yes. So you can say that almost everyone, if you consider the population who are confirmed cases, COVID cases in India, they are equal to the population of Malaysia.
So this is, however, believed to be very downplayed. Actual numbers are estimated to be much higher, almost 14 times higher, with a total of almost literally 50% of the country infected.
The New York Times has mentioned in one of its articles that almost 50%, that is 70 million Indians, will be infected by COVID by now.
700 million.
700 million Indians would have been infected with COVID-19 by now.
That is a worst case. 1.23 lakh, which is about 123,000 deaths in 71 days. Gujarat government claims only 4,218 died of COVID-19. So here we see how the numbers are being muddled, how the numbers are being fudged, how the facts are being muddled, and a wrong picture is being portrayed.
You can see the state of Gujarat. It is not the largest state of India. It has a decent and middle level density of population, but it has issued 65,085 more death certificates during the 71-day period this year than in 2020. Last year, the number of people that died in the same 71 days, 65,000 more deaths has happened in this year.
And it cannot be said that these deaths are not linked to COVID, because it's a jump of more than double. That speaks a lot of what is happening right now.
You can see the various graphs. It shows how the things are happening. More COVID vaccination and medical support are needed in India.
Whereas if you see the kind of vaccine supports which the people in India are able to avail is much lower than rest of the world. Probably one of the lowest in the graphs which we are seeing.
It's almost about 10% of the population have received the COVID vaccination. It is highest for Israel, then followed by United Kingdom, US, United States, Canada, Germany, Italy, and India is lagging far behind with only around 10% of the population receiving the COVID vaccination and medical support. Where is the world heading? Where are we safe in today's world? This is the question which we all need to ask ourselves. Where is the world heading? And where are we safe in today's world? So May 2021, new pandemic outbreak India. There are various news articles which are mentioning about the black fungus declared epidemic in Rajasthan. So it's not only the COVID-19, it's also the black fungus and multiple other diseases which are just springing up from nowhere. They are just coming and becoming epidemic in no time.
An epidemic inside an epidemic, or a pandemic inside a pandemic. There are multiple pandemics happening, and we are not even awakened to the reality. It's this news article precisely points to the same, that more deadly fungal diseases emerge in COVID-wracked India. It's very clearly mentioned that it is more deadly.
Yes, because the death rate due to black fungus or funguses are 50%, whereas it is hardly 5% or 10% in case of COVID-19. It has never crossed that. But in case of the black fungus, it is 50% of the people infected die. So it is like a death warranty issued to anyone who gets infected with the black fungus. These fungal diseases which happen post-COVID
Only to the people
treatment.
who are infected with COVID get hit by this black fungus. A black market of oxygen concentrators is spraying on affluent Indians hit by COVID-19.
Let that sink in. Black market.
Just before the second COVID wave hit India, ICU beds decreased by 46%, oxygen ones by 36%. So this is a report we have. Similarly from BBC, COVID-19 in India, patients stuck at home as hospital choke.
So it's not that if you have money and you have influence, you will be able to get treatment, medical facilities and everything in India. Because when the hospitals are jam-packed, they cannot remove someone without someone getting cured or someone dying. So only two conditions, either someone gets cured or someone dies. Even if you are influential person, you will get a bed after that. So if nothing of this happens, the people have to wait in their home for the medical facility to be
available.
to be available to them.
And also, please understand, home quarantine has failed. There have been multiple reports. Even the Chief Minister of Assam has pointed out that home quarantine has failed, and in fact is one of the most biggest reasons for spread of COVID. So you don't have an option other than being admitted to an hospital if you are COVID infected. It is not something which can be cured from your home. So please understand what are the choices available. You can't just open a hospital in your house, but you can have a ICU on wheels. You can have an ICU facility in the Adi Kailasa, which is very much present there, as we'll be seeing right now.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed 6 months ago that multi-layer quarantine is needed to protect people.
Swamiji has said, if you are in India and you want to protect your immediate family or extended family, and we believe that Malaysia is our extended family, anyone who will listen to you, get them immediately to our campuses.
So, taking this opportunity, I want to reiterate this. Please sign up at tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care. If you want to save yourself from pandemic and the post-pandemic effects, please quarantine yourself. Please come to Adi Kailasa or any of the Adinams that have been opened for Kailasa Care. Please sign up and you can come to any of the Kailasas and save your life to getting lost in this pandemic time.
So here we see a list of 12 Adinams, 12 COVID care centers opened across India with Adi Kailasa on top, and several of them in Tamil Nadu, such as in Salem, Tiruvannamalai, Rajapalayam, Pudavai, Patnam, Sirgapadi, Sripuram in Hyderabad, Madurai again in Tamil Nadu, Avitipalayam, Erode in Tamil Nadu, Hosur in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. But the list might seem huge or it might seem small. It depends on what we know about the kind of impact Swamiji had, especially before 2010. In 2010 alone, more than 54 centers were burnt and forcibly shut down by anti-Hindu forces in 2010 in Tamil Nadu alone. That speaks volume of the kind of impact we had. And also, please understand, if 54 were there, just in Tamil Nadu alone, when these ecosystems would have expanded to the other places in India and also worldwide, we can very well understand the kind of impact it would have had on humanity and how it would have been able to protect the world today. And also, I would like to mention that the kind of capacity with a handful number of people that Swamiji has demonstrated in Kumbh Mela, for example, in Ujjain Kumbh Mela alone, Swamiji had in Ujjain Kumbh Mela, for example, alone, around 10 million people visited. Of about every one out of 4 people who had visited had Annadan. So around 2.5 million people had Annadan in a matter of their visit during Ujjain Kumbh Mela. Just a handful of people doing such a phenomenal work. To translate it into numbers is that Swamiji had literally offered organic food to 1 out of every 10 Malaysians. That kind of an infrastructure just for a festival is being made possible by the avatar, by a handful of people. So you can understand, if there were more hands and the ecosystem was allowed to grow, the impact there would have been in the world today. So however, let us go and understand what are the services, what are the quarantine facilities available.
So all these things are given. You can see the medical services, the free groceries, spiritual services, cosmic revelations, multiple free COVID care centers, all are issued, all are being given by Kailasa. When the India was getting burnt under the COVID-19 heat wave, under the COVID-19 wave, Kailasa rushed in to support India to get the relief from the COVID-19 pandemic. And for that, Kailasa has opened doors of all its possible adinams for the people to come in and save their life. And what Kailasa is giving the services are like everything in life, whatever you need is free of cost, given in Adi Kailasa and other adinams.
And one thing we should understand by these numbers, let me repeat, around 25 lakh people were offered food, free food during Ujjain Kumbh Mela alone, by actually more, but we are giving a conservative number. Now, please understand, it is almost like 10% of the population of Malaysia. So please understand, if the people of Malaysia stand up and get trained in the ecosystems created by Swamiji, when the time is right, the same services can be enabled in Malaysia. And just imagine the kind of impact we will be having over so many places in Malaysia.
Devi has revealed that Dharma Rakshati Rakshitaha. If you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. If we have these ecosystems would have been protected, these ecosystems would have been protecting the people who protected it. So it is the virtuous circle that happens when you protect Dharma. If the Adi Kailasa, the Kailasa ecosystem in Malaysia was intact, was protected, then it would have protected the people who now in this pandemic times. But as it is not there, they have to come to India to protect themselves.
Please understand why we are reiterating the numbers. It's because to make you understand that a handful of people can protect an entire country. You can protect Malaysia. It is possible and it has been demonstrated.
And we can see what are the facilities that you will get when you come to any of the ashrams in India. You will get free medical care that includes allopathy, Ayurvedic and Siddha medicines. Fire safety equipments are there, no fire hazard, free accommodation to accommodate thousands of people, and emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment like this oxygen cylinders are there, oxygen concentrators are there, and you will get groceries and organic farming, everything you will get there.
And please understand, we are talking about the Adi Kailasa infrastructure alone. When we look at it at a larger scale, all the 12 Adinams combined, we have a much bigger infrastructure. We have this news which we were talking about a few minutes ago, where the
Chief Minister,
of
of
Assam has categorically stated that home quarantine is one of the prime reasons for the large number of deaths in Assam.
Why it happens? Because the mostly people in India do not have much bigger infrastructure when it comes to their home. So in one room, there were maybe 4 or 5 people living. And if one person goes out for some work, for food or for job, anything, and gets infected with COVID-19, and when he comes back, the whole home, everyone in the home gets infected. So home quarantine, India is not going to be successful. That's
you
why.
need multi-level quarantine, and it is not something which alone Swamiji is telling. It is in fact the government itself is saying that.
And now realizing it, only after Swamiji mentioned it, that home quarantine is not successful in India, the governments all over India now have started to realize it. Like the example of this Assam Chief Minister or the Maharashtra government. In this news article, you can see that Maharashtra government also decided that the home quarantine in the 18 districts where the positive rate for COVID-19 people was more, home quarantine was not successful, and they moved the people from the home quarantine to some state organized COVID care center. So all these government agencies now, governments also are now waking up to this truth that home quarantine is not going to save the people during this pandemic.
So please look at this picture. If you see, you can understand the reason why the COVID pandemic definitely cannot be contained by home quarantine. You can see the vulnerable way the people live in India. And it is very unfortunate that people have to live in very small homes and in a very compact space, especially in the cities.
Also, you can see that about 41% of the houses have just a single room, which is shared by about 4 to 5
people.
So this is the state. In this condition, how you can expect someone to be in home quarantine and be safe. It is like keeping people in a prison, a small cell.
So what is the opposite of this? What do we need? We need open spaces. We need a large space of quarantine and multi-layered quarantine, which is only possible today in Adi Kailasa, nowhere else in India.
So that's why Swamiji is reiterating, Swamiji is actually requesting with folded hands that please keep yourself safe. Please have yourself safe under multi-layered quarantine. And that's why Swamiji has opened his doors of all the adinams for the people to come in and stay there and keep their life safe. So please take this opportunity. Please sign up at tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care.
Please understand that the guidelines which Swamiji had given for protecting people from COVID, these are the same. Even the Ministry of Health of the government is giving the same guidelines. And as per the census data, it is impossible to meet these guidelines. You can see it highlighted in this news article.
So now is the time to understand how Kailasa is supporting. What are the benefits what are the things that you need to look up to Kailasa to avail all these facilities. For example, now there is a large open space in BD campus for multi-layer quarantine. As you can see, it is such a beautiful open space where you can do all your physical activities.
You can see both the sunrise and the sunset. It is such a vast open field, vast open landscape, very beautiful at the same time.
Right now, all the gyms, all the public places, all the games, sports activities are banned in everywhere in the country. But you can do these activities inside any of the adinams of the Kailasa. Why? Because there is so much of open space. You can play, you can jog, you can run around, you can do yoga, you can do all the physical activities and keep yourself healthy, active, and enjoy your time here.
In fact, you can even live 10 years without even knowing there's a pandemic because it's a city where you're living. Adi Kailasa especially is literally a city.
And you can enjoy the beautiful morning sun and the evening sun. It's so pristine beauty you can see in the pictures. And I tell you, pictures do not do justice. When you will see it, you will find it that pictures do not do justice to the beauty which you will see in the morning and the evening, when sunrise and sunset in BD campus. So the multi-layer quarantine, it has multi-layers. First layer will be the person who will be interacting with the outer world. Second layer will be in the people who will be in the quarantine. After having the tested that they are COVID negative. They will be kept in the second layer where they will live for 15 years without meeting 15 days without meeting anyone from the inside, like the core Adinivasis or the people
from the outside
who are coming in. So the people who are in quarantine, they will be kept separate from both the groups, coming from outside and people who are already inside for 15 days. After they being asymptomatic and a new test, they are found to be negative, then only they will be mixed with the inner circle, the third circle of people who are living separate from these two layers. So this is the whole planning of how the multi-layer quarantine will be working in Adi Kailasa and other Adinams. So you can see the female campus, it's getting ready. All the female monks and Adinivasis, they are working tirelessly to keep the whole place ready, make it ready for the people to receive them during this time, because we are receiving so many messages, so many people are signing up to come to Adi Kailasa and other Adinams to be a part of this system to save themselves during this pandemic.
You can see the smiling faces, even with the masks, the beautiful smiling faces. It shows the joy that people are experiencing during these times. It shows the dignity of labor, the dignity of work, which Swamiji has inculcated in everybody. And because of this, all the social services of Kailasa is possible. Just by living the lifestyle of a day-to-day lifestyle of an Adinavasi, we get trained to have a profound impact on society, that we are able to even support states and countries of the world. A bunch of less than few hundred people are able to have such a profound impact.
You can see the whole living accommodation is getting ready, the cleanliness and the distance between one bed to other is maintained as per the social distance norms, so that you are secure. Not only after you come inside, also you will be having enough social distance from one bed to another, so that you have your own privacy, you feel safe. The organic farming, everything is there, and the morning routine, that routine of yoga and puja, everything you can start enjoying being in Adi Kailasa.
So these are the pictures, not even from the main campus. These are in fact from the second layer quarantine, where people are there for 14 days. You can see in the pictures. Already their life as Kailasa was being started.
So you can see how checks at the main Kalbhairav gate. When you are coming to Adi Kailasa, these things will be happening, like set verification of the government issued photo ID to identify the person. And this is for the safety of the people who are living inside, because we do not want anti-social elements or people with criminal intentions coming inside. That's why the verification of their
So
photo
what do we
identity.
mean by a government photo ID? It could be an Aadhaar card, or it can be a passport.
Anything which proves your authentic identity. And COVID negative report shown in mobile, all medical reports, and assigning point of entry and forming respectively. All this procedure will be followed, where step by step you can see such detailed guidelines are there. All the forms everything will be scanned, and minimum physical touch will be ensured, so that there is no interaction. Even the objects or items that will be brought from outside will not be touched, or minimum required touch will be done, so that people who are coming inside, who are inside already, they are safe. So all these points you can see that different places, how the standard operating procedure is there. Entry specific point of contact to receive at the gate. So all these are minutely planned. These all things are micromanaged by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, so that no blind spot is left. No blind spot is left for the people to get infected with COVID-19. So everyone is safe. The people who are on the gate, they are safe. The people who are in the quarantine are safe. And the people who are already inside, they are safe from any of this activity. So minimum contact and maximum security. So all these details you can see. Hall room checks will ask them to take bath and leave turmeric powder. So you will have to take bath in turmeric powder, salt packets at the room, hall, or outside. So all these things, very minute details you can read. HSPOC will provide Google form link for filling upon entry for medical team. And for quarantine rooms, garbage bags are to be provided to ensure no waste is segregated and kept in outside bin. HSPOC for quarantine room occupants has to define areas which can be used for walking with social distancing. So all these things are there, that even your areas where you can walk, that will be defined, so that if you are, you want to walk, if you're used to walking in the morning or in the night, afternoon, you know what area you can walk. That right is actually curtailed outside. If during the lockdown and curfew time, people are not allowed to walk barefoot. People are not allowed to walk outside
at all, actually.
So in Adi Kailas campus or any of the campuses which are open, you can enjoy your morning walk and evening walk.
So because it's a dharmic place where we get to enjoy our rights with a corresponding responsibility. So that is why you see a very balance and a discussion about the responsibilities to ensure a beautiful life, a very happy quarantine.
And there will be daily health updates, and medical teams will be coming, and medicines, in case any symptoms is there, medicines will be given, and all these things you can see.
Just like a very concerned grandmother, I should say, very concerned, typical Adi Shaivite grandmother who is very concerned about her children, grandchildren.
Wet waste and dry waste, even the management of waste is being thought of, how it will be disposed of, that everything is given.
We will have all small facilities for you taken care. Laundry will be washed and dried. You will be able to do that. Post completion of 15 days, temperature check will be there. There will be and approval required for moving out of the quarantine zone, and items will be provided, will be returned, and your temperature check after the post quarantine period, and all the necessary tests like a possible COVID test will make you eligible to go into the main quarantine region.
So all the gloves are necessary when sanitizing luggage. All these things almost maintain at least 6 feet while interacting. All these procedures, everything is minutely written so that there is no scope of missing it. You can see the medical preparedness in Adi Kailasa. Mask, disposable gloves, sanitizing spray, face shield, everything is available. Everyone's health is being
and
monitored.
It will be provided at the time of check-in itself.
So this is the team of the doctors, in-house medical team, who are going to take care of the people in this pandemic, and they are all in-house, available all the time. So whenever you will need them, not only for the COVID cases, also if you are inside and you have carry already some disease which is not COVID, then these doctors will be there to support you. For COVID, we do not have the COVID care. You have to go to, if you are COVID positive, we may
you
not
need to come with a COVID negative certificate.
But you are suffering from diabetes or any other blood pressure or any of the regular lifestyle diseases. For all these kind of diseases, these doctors will be there to support you. So environmental sanitation is there, cleanliness of the surfaces and all these toilets and the people, household detergent and etc. Everything is there. Handling quarantine people, how the people will be handled during quarantine. All these things.
There are special designated people to engage with the people in quarantine, and there is a plan for taking care of people who are ill. There's a medical team with good hospital relationships with the hospitals around the Bidadi campus to ensure that everybody is protected from not just corona, any of the possible issues they might be facing.
So if someone is suspect with COVID-19, we have procedure for that also. So everything that you can think of is already planned. And you can see the ICU on wheels, the emergency ambulances. They are equipped with oxygen cylinders.
You can see the vast number of medicines. You can see liquid gold, castor oil, and so many herbs. You can see oxygen concentrators already ready. And mind you, the ICU on wheels also has oxygen cylinders, and we have multiple oxygen cylinders here in the campus. And we also have the required hospitals facility nearby. So everything is enabled and accessible in a staged way, depending on the seriousness of the matter.
And the food is already stocked. Swamiji has already loaded all the adinams with 100-ton groceries. So it is almost equal to 3 years of quota. So you can see all these items are procured, and multiple, all the adinam, everyone in the adinams are getting 3 meals, 11 course, 3 meals. So morning, afternoon, and dinner. So breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Every time 11 items are given.
You can see in the middle picture how the food has been packed hygienically. Very hot food, just directly after being cooked, is transferred to these hygienic containers and closed, so that there's no possibility of any infection or any disease spreading. You can see the blissful people living and the blissful quarantine conditions. You can see how tirelessly the female monks are working towards the creation of this facility and maintaining the dignity of labor and making sure the best experience. This is an ecosystem where hard work, dignity is joyful.
And you can see the fire equipment, safety, maintenance, everything is being maintained, everything is ready. In case of any eventuality, because so many people will be coming and living, even in case of any fire hazard, we have hundreds of fire equipments ready to give the fire safety. So everything is taken care of, not only the
reason why even fire extinguisher or oxygen concentrator, these things are being mentioned is because India, for example, never thought there would be an oxygen shortage. That is where it comes to. We don't know what is there, but we are extra prepared, and that is what is being presented here, that everything is taken care of, every stone, every aspect is attended to.
You can see the spiritual activities are happening. This will give you the completion, and you will feel, very live with this spiritual activity, the yoga activity. You will feel very lively in Adi Kailasa, not that mundane life outside. So Anand Sarovar that Devi has revealed, this Anand Sarovar is the place where millions will be coming to take a sacred bath, take the tirtham, to get themselves healed from COVID-19. Devi has already revealed it, and this is available. This 21 feet Shiva Lingam, the Ananda Lingam is available. Navapasan Lingam is available at Avaidya Sarovar in VDD campus. You can also have this
bath under the tirtha, energized water flowing from the Anandalinga, which Devi has herself revealed will be able to cure many of the ailments which people will be going through during the COVID pandemic, and is the salvation for the people during this pralaya.
This lingam was created by Swamiji himself. He has himself consecrated it, and he has, all this prepared it himself with using 9
Herbs
that are called as Navapashana. These herbs are special because if they are taken without any combination or without any supervision, they are actually poisons. But if when they are combined in a particular proportion or particular combination, they becomes the way to cure the people from multiple diseases.
Just like how the snakes are used, snake venom is used to cure a person who is, bitten by a snake. That is how the alchemy science has been operating for 12 years, and this linga is now ripened. The alchemy process has been completed.
So this is all. Kailasa is getting ready to receive all of you here. Please sign up. Please sign up at tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care and come to Adi Kailasa and enjoy the quarantine facilities in Adi Kailasa.
So you can see beautiful beings of Adi Kailasa welcoming you with their smiling faces. And we also welcome you with folded hands and with our humble request. Please stay protected. Please stay safe.
And
Thank you.
please sign up at tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care and become a part and come and join at Adi Kailasa or any of the Adinams. So with this, we will be moving to the next segment, and we will be interacting with the people who have joined at Adi Kailasa as after this quarantine period, and we will be listening to their testimonials, their experiences in the next segment. So with this, we will be moving to the next segment after this short break.
Thank you.
Nityananda.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through his body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask. bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Nityanandam. Welcome back, and thank you so much for joining this segment where we will be discussing with participants who have already made the journey to Adi Kailasa. So far, we have been looking at the insights from Devi Parashakti manifesting herself in the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hindus, and Jagat-Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. And now, we will be hearing from experiences from people who have already made the journey into Adi Kailasa, the preventive and protective COVID care center, and we'll be understanding what really is going on outside the world with the COVID situation, and then also why or what makes someone just leave everything and whatever life is out there, just stall everything and then just come to Adi Kailasa. But then we'll also understand how what things have been prepared for them, and how whatever we have seen in the last segment, all the accommodation, the food, and so many other things that are being prepared and already done, in fact, or actually of practically they're experiencing it and they're going through it. So let's hear from some of the participants who are already there. Joining us now are Harish and Sri Harish and Sri Nitya Prabhananda. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing with us. And we also have with us Sri Nitya Ramananda and Maharaj. Thank you so much for joining us. So both Harish and Sri Nitya Prabhananda, I just wanted to quickly ask you to give a short introduction to yourself, where you are from and what you do, please.
Nityanandam, my name is Sri Nitya Prabhananda. See, I come from Chennai. I live in Chennai. And see, when I live in Chennai, I see everything that people say that there is this in this street, there are this many death, and that street, that many death. And there were a lot of partitions. If at all I go outside for essentials, they keep a board or they make a barricade that you should not enter this place and all that. So there was nobody was telling something for life. They say there are deaths and deaths and deaths, and we are surrounded by the same place. So I thought this is not the safe place to be, and so at the same time Swamiji called to Bidadi to be safe and to live without a fear or anxiety. So it's the best decision to be. It's the best place to be now. That's
yes,
what I thought.
definitely. And I actually, we were going to ask you about that only exactly. What is the actual situation out there, the COVID situation? How is it in Chennai? What is the ground reality over there?
I don't know what media says, but the reality is, to whomever I know, those to whom I spoke to, they say that there are deaths and people are suffering a lot. We are getting beds in hospitals to take care of people, one or two people who have got corona inside their own homes, and the family members are unable to take care of them because they have to arrange for a new full room with toilets and other facilities. Not everyone can make that at this situation. So I don't see anyone telling that there is no corona and all that. So it's a difficult situation. I think so, because that's what I heard from people with whom I have relation with, my friends, my family people, relatives, everyone. That's the situation, Swami.
And I know there have been inconsistent media reports. Different media channels have said different things. And just from even neighbors or just people around, maybe you interact with just a few people on a daily basis. What is it that you hear from them? How are people taking it? The lot of cases coming
People
up.
People are with a lot of panic. They don't know what to do, because they don't have any safe place. They don't believe in quarantine, because even people who have quarantined, they can't say, they are able to say. I'm telling about by the discussions I had with my friends, the people I know. They say that there is no other go other than believing the government and the hospitals, because they are not getting beds or proper oxygen supported systems in hospitals, even though they are able to pay money. That's the situation, as I heard from my circle. So I thought I should safeguard myself and tell this to people, so that they can avail this opportunity. It's very rare opportunity. Even like if we hear that someone is dead due to corona, from whom with whom that we do not know, then it will not affect us. But if we hear that someone is dead whom we know personally, then we think, yes, it is true, and we have to save ourselves. That's what I thought.
Yeah, as we're seeing, we're looking at some of the pictures, some of the data that we have received from media. The media has been showing us, as you see here, the number of people, how the new cases and the active cases keeps on increasing, and vaccination has been ramped up, but maybe not nearly enough, and maybe not enough to really stop the calamity, the pandemic that is going on. And I just wanted to also ask Sri Harish, how is it as per what you have seen in Chennai, the ground reality, and what you have heard from your friends, your neighbors, and just people on a regular basis that you meet? Like, what have they told us? What have they experienced, and what have you seen for this outbreak?
Yes, the people in the Chennai. So Tamil Nadu's most population is there in the Chennai. So it's like more and more crowds when the lockdown is released completely. We see people are interacting, more and more crowds. So daily the increase count COVID cases increasing rate is highly increased completely. Within a few days, it's highly increased. So people are getting suffered, not yet able to get the proper medication and the hospital facilities, not able to quarantine themselves. Some people are afraid of saying that I have some symptoms like this. People are not ready to attend to the medicinal purposefully for this COVID. They are not ready to attend to themselves, how facing more and more deaths daily in the Chennai. So people whom we interact with, as we call, is they will say the relationship, there are more and more deaths daily. So daily the count rate is increasing. Medicinal is also not properly. available. They're not able to cure themselves. First of all, they are not able to protect. Protection is more important in this COVID period. They are not able to quarantine and themselves in their homes. In Chennai and all, it's a large population is there, so people are interacting very casually themselves. So the the cases rate is highly increased. So not able to protect themselves, and the hospital facilities also not properly available. Not it's not enough. The medical facilities not enough to face all these COVID situations. So the pandemic issues is highly very effective in Chennai. The cases are and the deaths are highly increasing in this second wave. So that's the way we see in Chennai.
Okay. Yeah. So Harish,
Yes,
sorry, Swami, to interrupt you. So Harish and Prabhananda. So actually, it's what I wanted to know. Actually, that you mentioned that when you are seeing people dying in front of you, there are certain cases where you get to see. Earlier in the COVID, it was more likely you get to hear about somebody died far away. Very rarely you used to hear that somebody died. We used to get to hear that, okay, somebody is COVID positive. But now the situation has come that we are getting to listen in our relatives, in our family member, that somebody has died. Now it's such a mental pressure people would be going on, the trauma that people would be going on, and still many people outside are not ready to believe that the situation is so far. And that's how it's very important that you shared very important point. I would like to know that you have been going through seeing so much of death while you came to the Adinam. How it is helping you to mentally refresh yourself, living mentally healthy in the Adinam?
Maharaj, the lifestyle here is totally different from Chennai or wherever we live, because here we have a 3-layer quarantine. We have we are being served with the Ayurvedic Ayurvedic drink, which is for preventing the corona, that virus disease, and we are given authentic sattvic food, and we are given all the preventive care which which an hospital, even an hospital at today's condition can't give. A proper medical hospital can't give. So this is a new thing. Nobody is giving. I think I know other. I don't know whether any hospital in India or in Chennai gives this. I have not heard this much. What to say? These 3 sheets of protection is given. Maybe this is the best one. I think I haven't sorry. I think no hospital is giving this.
Yes.
This is a very it's a very practical thing. Even by hearing that, we know that it's a practical and it will work. Yes, it will work. This protocol will work. And hearing that this person is dead, and see what I'm unable to do anything, because if I have medicine, I can give some money and help them. I can do it. But I have heard that from the one hospital in Chennai, which is a government hospital, people are standing for 3 days for getting one injection. Some injection, it is not available to fetch the stock, the requirement.
Just for one injection, not even the bed. Just for one injection.
Yeah, one injection. They are standing for 3 days because they are maybe their relative or their own family member is suffering with that, and what is their feeling? They'll see, if I get this, I'll save my child. If I get this, I'll save my family member. But unfortunately, it is true that people are dying without getting the medicine. That's true. What to do? Like I have myself heard that because they didn't get the medicine at time, they missed one person in their family. So that's the condition in Chennai. I do not know about the other cities. And
yeah, actually, we have the participants coming from various places of India. Everyone is sharing the similar kind of situations. And that what you are sharing, it's very traumatizing when you get to see people dying in front of your eyes, and that too because you are not able to give them proper care. What about the proper care? Like even while you were telling, just for one injection, you have to wait for 3 days.
Yeah.
It will be so painful to just watch people suffering, and you are not able to do anything, even though you have the money.
Yes.
And literally, you are living in a place where all around you are seeing the death or people suffering with the COVID or people running around, so much of suffering literally you are seeing around.
Yeah.
So I'm sure when you have come to Adinam, inside the Adinam, you must be seeing a complete different environment, a
Yeah.
complete refreshing ecosystem you must have found there.
Yeah. The
So
first thing
why
is that
don't you
we are
share
not
that experience, that change that you have experienced after coming to Adinam?
this. See, there is a possibility. We have a thought. We may get COVID. That thought is there. Here, that there is no possibility of having that thought itself. Because see, here it is well planned, so that even the thought of fear is not possible. It is not possible to think that we will get COVID, because it is clear, very, very clear here. We have 3-layer protection. We are given Ayurvedic drink for the and trained Ayurvedic doctors. Even we have doctors for other illness. Maybe if a person is having other diabetes or whatever other things,
whatever
other diseases, they are giving. We have trained doctors who are devotees. So there is no, I think, nothing to fear here. That is very important, because people have they have the idea that if I go to Adinam, will I get the other medicine if they are taking daily? So that even that fear is not there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Swamiji has provided all the trained practicing doctors who are actually topmost in their field, in whichever hospitals they are working, whichever area they are working. All are topmost doctor. None of them like just and that's really actually, once you come to the Adinam, you are actually seeing a lot of differences here. One thing that I'd like to emphasize, which you shared, while you are living outside, you are constantly living in the fear.
Yeah.
You never know when you are going to get attacked with the COVID, when the death can come nearby to you, when it can take. While you are Adinam, inside Adinam, literally that fear is completely taken away.
Yes.
You don't have to bother at all about this fear of COVID or fear of death, which is really rare at this moment of time in India. So this is what I would like all the viewers who are watching here have this understanding, that when you are coming inside the Adinam, literally you will be out of all the fear stroke, the fear that you will be literally living in. Yes, I want to share something. Please go ahead.
Yeah. See, if I go to buy some provision, I will see the other person, like he will be having any infection. He will be seeing at me like I am having the infection, but here it is not there.
Exactly.
So that even the doubt is not there. That is good.
Yeah, that's actually another benefit, because when we are living outside, lot of people have given the hope. They do not know whether they have COVID or not. They may not be going for the COVID test. They may be carrying the COVID virus within them. And while the lockdown, while there is a relaxation for purchase and all that, lot of people gather, and literally they do not follow any kind of quarantine. You must be aware of, you must be seeing all those things, which is literally a frightening situation for many of people who are living outside. So
and one more thing I want to like share, that I wanted some milk for taking some Ayurvedic medicine. Even the Swami had given me, arranging me milk for every day, in the morning and the evening. Even I thought that why should I disturb him? But he is telling someone to bring that milk, and he's ensuring whether this milk is reaching me at time or not. So that is really, I'm thankful to him. Yeah, and I'm thankful to Swamiji.
Yes.
To that level, Swamiji takes care.
Swamiji is taking care.
Yeah. Thanks to Swamiji.
One thing to also understand is all these are organically grown, the vegetables and that we are having, and they're all prepared. The defense for COVID, the preventive medicine, is prepared within our campuses, and then we basically it is ensured, it is done by experts, medical experts, and just to ensure that no other, even many of the other diseases that are coming along with COVID, we're also prevented. We're also from that as well. And just to this is something that we have been discussing, how there is no stone, no leaf that is left unturned. Pretty much every aspect of this COVID care center is beautifully taken care, very beautifully managed by Swamiji, by Bollywood feminism. And whether it is medicine, the food, the Ayurvedic or allopathic medicine, whatever is needed, the preventive medicine is needed, is very properly guided and distributed by expert doctors here. So just wanted to also get your take on that, Harish. How have you seen this since you have come here and staying here? What has been your takeaway from the whole thing? This was your observations.
Yes, Nityanam. So my inspiration to come to Adi Kailas is Devi herself revealed in the Akashic records that Ananda Lingam, that Vaidya Sarovar, 21 feet, Ananda Lingam is the only medicinal cure for this COVID pandemic situation. So that's hit me a lot. So I have decided, so this is the only solution. So I need to reach Adi Kailash immediately. So that made me to reach here. So that completely the medicinal part, the 21 feet Navapashanalinga is the only medicinal cure for this COVID. Devi herself revealed in the Akashic records. So that's the only main thought current that hits me, and I have reached the Adi Kailash. Yes, Swami.
Yes, Harish. So that is also one of the very important point that people need to understand, that outside whoever is having still the hope that there is some solution. It is very important for all of us to understand there is no solution other than what Devi has prescribed, and that is the solution what Devi has prescribed, and very easily affordable. Especially for all the devotees and disciples of Swamiji, we know the all of us, many of us would have actually experienced the healing effect of the Vaidya Sarovar, or when the water falls from that Shivalinga. All of us have experienced. So that is very easy, and that is also enough reason for all of us to leave the home and come back and live in the Adi Kailasa. And second thing, like say when the outer world is struggling so much just to the survival need, in the Adinam, Swamiji is providing so much of care, and at the same time providing a beautiful ecosystem for all of us to even flourish into enlightenment. I'm sure, like I'm seeing many of you doing morning routines and all those things. So you can share in that way also, like while you are in Adinam, how you are having a conscious breakthrough, a conscious progress compared to when you are living outside. You are only living in this worry and fear that how you are going to protect yourself. From there to experiencing a complete shift in your inner space, a life where you are having a conscious breakthrough. So please do share about that also, so that the viewers understand the various level benefits that they will have once they come to the Adi Kailas.
Yes, so the lifestyle completely we live outside is completely different from here. So it's completely a conscious breakthrough process. From morning we start with the daily routines. We start with the day with yoga, Nityananda yoga. So it's completely helpful for our first day. We start with the physical routine, and that Nityananda yoga at morning 4:30. And then we will complete with the next we will go for Nitya Puja and Shiva Puja. So it will help us consciously to evolve with the higher beings. And then we move on to the next routines. Daily they are providing the Ayurvedic health drinks to maintain our immunity system. That helps us a lot during this COVID pandemic situation, and the other all spreading diseases. We will protect diseases spreading in India, all over India. So that helps us a lot, immunity level and the defenses to ourselves also. Daily they are taking care of our health, how our health is daily maintained. They are ensuring how our health level, the temperature checks and the health checkings they are daily providing. So that made us completely different. And the conscious break, daily they are giving sessions completely how in the inner awakening sessions they will provide step by step, day 1, day 2, they are guiding us. Like the inner awakening sessions, daily they are giving for us. So they are guiding us for not only completely free from the pandemic situation. Here, more than we are getting involved into a conscious breakthrough process also. People are coming here new, those who are not attended the different programs of Swamiji, so can experience that conscious breakthrough also here. They are guiding us, supporting us regularly through conscious breakthrough process. Different daily we are trying different meditations, completion techniques like that and all. Daily we are guided by our Sangha. Yes, Swami.
And just yes, yeah, just wanted to ask you one last thing. In all this, all the preparations, and even how the beautiful regimen of the Adinam, Adi Kailasa that you are being part of, what is it that one thing that comes through when you look at how Swamiji has created this whole atmosphere, this whole environment, whole safe haven for all of us to come and be. And if you think of what India as a whole country, you can look at a very different practice which were responsible for it, but ultimately took Swamiji out of the nation. But here, Swamiji, in all his abundant compassion, is creating this safe place for all of us to come and first of all be alive and be protected from this COVID pandemic. What are your thoughts on that?
Here, see, what Swamiji has designed, it is very easy to, personally easy to practice it. Especially if I'm in Chennai, practicing yoga means, see, it is my decision. Here, everyone is doing the yoga, everyone is doing puja. I have everything. I have the yoga mat to do yoga, puja set to do puja. Because everyone is doing, I am simply doing it. And the whole ecosystem is very conducive to do all things. Let it be the drinking the Ayurvedic drink, doing yoga, puja, everything, attending the class. It's an effortless thing, I think. It is like Swamiji holding all of us in his hand, and is making us very comfortable to live here. That's what I think.
So thank you so much, both of you, for taking the time and joining us and sharing your experiences. And, welcome once again to Adi Kailasa Govinda Center. And we'll definitely hope we hear from you again on this segment of with especially where we are talking about the preparations of the Govinda Center. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for coming and sharing. Thank you, Nityananda.
With that, we'll move into the next segment where we'll understand how or what Bhava Samadhi Darshan is and how exactly we can relate directly with the Devi Parashakti and even make an offering to Devi Parashakti. So we'll get into that immediately after this.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is fasting. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara. And give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each god is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each god is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nityanam everyone. Nityanam everyone. So welcome back again to this session, and in this session we are going to be learning about the offering to the Devi Parashakti, the various offerings that you can make onto Devi Parashakti. And in this session we will actually learn the context that you need to hold while you make the offering onto Devi Parashakti, the various kind of offering which is completely aligned or completely as per the Vedagama or Hindu scriptures. There are various benefits associated with that. So let's, without any delay, let us start understanding the significance of offering. So offering is a giving of divine gift of pure love, devotion and oneness, and it consists of two parts. The first part is giving and second part is accepting. So understand, only when the divine accepts what one offers, what Yajman offers, the offering becomes complete. An offering should not be made out of the fear and greed. It should only be made out of the pure love, devotion, oneness and the space of gratitude. Understand, when the avatar lands, the offerings are purely the part of the grand Leela and only for the purpose of enlightenment. So every single offering that you are making, you are going to be making here, it's going to bestow the enlightenment upon you. It will help you to live the living enlightenment itself. Every single offering is going to bring a conscious breakthrough in your life. It's going to bring the breakthrough that you are looking for in the various dimensions of life, whether it is be health, wealth, relationships, or anything else you want to manifest in your life. These offerings, your offering out of gratitude, love and devotion is directly going to be helping you to manifest your reality. So let us we'll look at the Dhyana Sloka, which is from Mula Agama. The Dhyana Sloka of Devi Parashakti, which says, Dhyana Sloka actually means it describes the form of Devi Parashakti. When Devi Parashakti takes the form, how she will look alike, how you need to hold her into your heart while you meditate on Devi Parashakti to manifest the various dimensions of Devi Parashakti, manifest the love, oneness towards Devi Parashakti. So this Dhyana Sloka says, moon-like face holding Veda, on hand, fire in the eyes, with the lotus flower gracing the blessing hands, and one hand with the Japa Mala, beautifully decorated with the jeweled ornament in the wonderful clothes and shining wing crown. Her name is Manonmani. So now here the Moolagama calls Devi Parashakti as Manonmani. The next sloka says, I meditate on Devi with the three eyes glowing like a moon and hold Veda, lotus and gracing with the blessing and gracing hand. She is wearing beautiful ornament. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all the actions every day. So now we'll understand the significance of the divine element gold. You may be wondering, the various offering which is going to be presented in front of all of you are going to be directly related with the gold. So why so much of gold is used? We really need to understand the context, the significance of why we need to make our offering in the gold, or why so much of gold is used in the temple, specifically on the Devi deities as a jewelry, as the ornaments, or even the very deity itself. And also, while the temples are built, the temples are covered completely with the gold. So let us understand the context behind the gold. So this is from Atharva Veda, which is one of the source scriptures of Hinduism. From the 5th mandala, 28th sukta, 6th verse says, the triply born by the birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni, which is fire. One fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. So Soma means moon. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful apaha, water. Let the triply gold be for your long life. So gold carries the essence, or you can say the very quality of water, fire, the Agni itself, the Lord Agni, the Lord of water and the Lord of moon, actually the moon itself. So it carries the divine quality from the divine beings, and that's how make the gold itself a divine element. It purifies anything it touches, because it is so divine in the nature, it purifies anything that it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and the great spiritual powers of healing and enlightening. Because of its power of healing and enlightening in nature, it is used extensively into the various rituals, especially in the temple, in the deities, in all such way. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva, energy, and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates even in its vicinity. So gold is so powerful element, so powerful in carrying the divine energy within it. So when it gets energized by the presence of the divine, by the incarnation, by gods and goddesses, it becomes so powerful that it starts radiating the sattva energy, the positive thought currents, that whoever comes in the vicinity of it, they also get those vibrations. They get entangled with those powerful cognitions. They start experiencing sattva in them just by being in the presence. Gold is mentioned in all the scriptures, whether it is Vedas, Agamas, Shruti, Smriti, Itihasa, or Purana. In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in the gold, exchanged in the gold, ritual fees were offered in the gold bricks. Because of its enlightening quality, because of the ability to hold the sattva energy, because of its ability to hold the positive thought currents, and its ability to radiate it, pass the vibration into the human being or the being who comes into the close, it was used extensively in the Hindu civilization. So extensively that all the arches, the doors, the big doors, the street would have the huge columns, huge arches made of the gold. Gold used to be used as the currency. Everything actually was used to be built in the gold. Also, when one was to be saved from life-threatening illness, gold was offered as the ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amount of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built huge with the huge doors of the gold. The street would have huge columns and huge archways made of the gold. Horses, cows were dressed in the gold. So that is the way how the Hindu civilization lived, flourished, thrived, when we lived on the principles of Vedas and Agama. Hindu civilization thrived on the bank of river of gold, in the river called Hiranyamaya. In the Rig Veda, the river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Understand, gold is the supreme element for offering gift to one you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in the gold. Deities are made in gold. and digged and adorned in the gold. Because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. It lasts forever. So now let us enter into the various offerings that are available to all of you as per the Hindu scriptures. It's any one of you can make unto Devi Parashakti and receive her blessing, receive the enlightenment from the Devi Parashakti. And the first is E-Hundi. So the Shastra says that Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all the fear. So whenever you make the offering unto Devi Parashakti, whenever you offer your devotion, your oneness, that is the way you can realize. That is not just a way to experience, but that is also the way to manifest the true devotion in you. That is the way to manifest the Devi Parashakti in your life. And understand, the Shastra says the Devi is Devi is fond of true devotion. She can only be realized through devotion. She can be won over through the devotion. And not only that, she removes all the fear. So every devotee and disciple who are going to be making the offering unto Devi Parashakti through E-Hundi, be sure that Devi is going to be removing your fear from your life, which is one of the biggest obstacles in manifesting anything we want in our life. And that would be experience of all of us, that whether you want to have a breakthrough in the field of wealth, whether you want to generate the huge wealth, money, or whether you want to have the success in any of your career, whether it's career or education, or whether you want the success in your relationship, everywhere we experience fear to be one of the biggest obstacles. Fear obstructs realizing our truth. So in day-to-day life, fear affects our life. So this is one of the great opportunity which is in front of all of you to offer your devotion to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessing of Abhaya, removing the fear from your life. So in the E-Hundi, you can make any amount of donation. There is no limitation. You can offer at the lowest in your currency to any amount, any higher amount you want to make. And this is very easily you can offer directly through the super chat option, which is available in the YouTube. So if you are watching through YouTube, if you are watching through other social media platform, this direct super chat options are not there in other social media platform except YouTube. So you can come to the YouTube channel, official YouTube channel of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramsham. You can click on the live video which is playing live right now. You can go to the comment option, the place where you can type the comment. You will see on the left side or right side, there will be one dollar option. You can click on the dollar option. By clicking on the dollar option, you will get the next step towards making your offering to Devi Parashakti. And this is very easy method. You can make the offering either through the UPI payment, you can make through the internet banking, you can make through any kind of wire transaction, any kind of transaction options that you have in front of you. You can make the offering of E-Hundi. So without taking any time, you can go ahead and make right now while you are watching also, you can just click on the super chat option and you can make the contribution. You can make your offering unto Devi Parashakti. So the Shastra says if there is any fear in the mind of devotees, Devi is sure to remove the fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. So we'll understand what the autumn means here. Okay. Here it means that the part of our life, the season of our life, when the thought turns more and more inward. So it would be experience of all of us that our thought is so much outwardly. Literally, we will constantly be thinking about what we want to have in the outer world, what we want to have in the future, what happened in the past. It's so much about the outer world. It's completely centered on things literally other than you. So outwardly means not being centered on you, literally the real you, but rather it is centered on something else. So when your thought starts turning more and more inward, more and more on the self, more and more on the jiva, the role of the divine can be known and understood more clearly. the need for Devi worship becomes more stronger. Devi Parashakti is also known as Sambhavi, means the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. So Shambhu is the name of Lord Shiva. Then Sharada, Aradhya, means worshipped by Sharada, Devi Saraswati. She is Aradhya of Devi Saraswati. Sarvani, the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana mentions about it. It says that Lord Shiva in his earth form is known as Sharva. Then Sharma Dhaine, Devi who bestows happiness on the devotee. So these are the various names of Devi Parashakti. Understand? When you relate with the Devi Parashakti, these dimensions of Devi Parashakti starts manifesting in you. When you start offering, connecting to Devi in the oneness, the various dimensions of Devi Parashakti manifest in you. You experience the knowledge in you, you experience the happiness, you experience the fearlessness in your life. So you can offer your gratitude, devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during puja to Devi. And you can make this offering through the website also. You can actually go to the tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. So you can visit that link also, and through that also you can make your offering onto Devi Parashakti, or you can also do through the super chat option in YouTube. The next offering onto Devi Parashakti, which is available for all of us, is Sankalpa chanting. Sankalpa is the conscious resolution, where conscious resolutions are chanted. So various conscious resolutions, the various blessings, the various manifestations that you need in your life, whether it is a health, wealth, or relationship, the various purusartha, the dharma, artha, kama, moksha, the various doshas, the parihara that you need to have, the various doshas that you need to get out of that. It's a very descriptive chanting, the conscious sankalpa, the satya sankalpa, or the conscious resolutions are made while this ritual. So the scripture says the goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. The goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. This is from Devi Mahatmya. Devi Mahatmya, which is from the one of the Purana, and from the chapter 12, verse 34. This is from that Purana. Means offering the sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses the person with all the fruitions of the desire and wishes he is yearning for. So this is actually an elaborate blessing on everything that you need as a life, as a householder life, or also you need whatever you need on the path of enlightenment itself. So you can make this offering by visiting the link tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. So once you make the offering, we'll also be guiding you. On the last slide, we will guide you through the other link where you are going to be submitting the name which will be chanted during the Satya Sankalpa. The next in the offering is Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. Sahasranama means 1000 names of Devi Parashakti. Swarn is gold, Kasu, gold coin. So this is actually offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, and it's a very special and unique archana offered to Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. The scripture says that Devi is fond, Devi likes the repetition of her various names, as it says in the Sanskrit that Nama Parayana Prita. Devi is the one who loves the Parayana of her name. So 1008 names, when it is offered, it bestows the various Ananta Kalyana Guna of Devi Parashakti. Each of the names of Devi Parashakti are the manifestations of the various Ananta Kalyana Guna of the ultimate. When those names are chanted, those Ananta Kalyana Guna manifest in your life. So this is one of the very special offering that you can make, and these offerings are available in the three denominations of $75, $151, $251. You can actually offer the gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names and receive the blessing to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. The next in the offering to Devi Parashakti is Mukta Anguthi, finger ring with a pearl. The scripture says, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearl and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with a gemstone and has a small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So you can offer the pearl finger and receive the blessing to be showered by her compassion and pure love in all your business endeavors. You can make this offering on 3 denominations which are available to all of us, which is $251, $501 USD, and $750 USD. The next is Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is golden lotus. This is from the Kami Karma. Kami Karma elaborately mentions the uses of lotus, golden lotus, into the various ritualistic offering, whether it is the Homa, Abhishekam, or the consecrations of the various gods and goddesses and their Anga Devata, Abharana Devata, and various others, consecrations which is needed while the temples are built. So this, the Sanskrit Sutra says all the Kailasa should be wound around with the suitable thread covered with the new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. So there are hundreds of scriptural references, actually all the scriptures, the major scriptures which is Vedas and Agama, they specifically the ritualistic part which we can call as the Kriya Pada. So all the Kriya Pada of Agama mentions elaborately on the uses of golden lotus. In the worship of Paramashiva, almost everything in the worship of the ultimate, which involves the consecration of deities, of worship or meditating on, or the mudras and asana that is used during the worship, all involves the lotus flower, either lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, or lotus petals. Thus, we see the divine nature of lotus. Understand, the lotus is a divine flower. Shakti of Parameshwara is also called as the lotus. Base of Parameshwara Linga is also lotus. The disciples of Parameshwara is also considered as lotus because they all are about to bloom. So you can offer the gold lotus in any size you wish to and be blessed to have the state of space powers and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space in every or any adverse situations of your life. You can make this offering available into the one denomination which is $600 USD by contributing $650 USD. You can make this offering. The next is Swarna Methi, which is gold touring. The scripture says you whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. So you can offer the touring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in the even most difficult aspect of life. So you can make this offering by contributing $750 USD, paying $750 USD through the link tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. The next is a Swarna Mantika, which is gold hairline jewelry. The scripture says that Devi is one who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara. She who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. In the Sanskrit, it is Shuddha Sarabhi Varshini. The Mantika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully open. So offer the Mantika to Devi Parashakti and receive blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and a space of complete completion. The next in the offering is offering of Prataksha Pada Puja. The illuminating splendor of the toenails dispel the darkness of ignoring dispels the darkness of ignorance in the devotee, prostrating at her feet defeat the lotus in the beauty. The sloka number 83 of Saundarya Lahari, which states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crown of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna in the darkness. In this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the mind of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. So you have the great opportunity to burn all your ignorance, all the tamoguna from the mind, from your mind, and receive the enlightenment by offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja to Devi Parashakti. It will bless you with all the auspiciousness and the blessings of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashiva. Also, you can do the Vastra Seva, the offering of garments to Devi Parashakti, and both the offerings can be made by contributing $1,008. So now we'll look at the summary of all the offerings which is available in front of all of us, which is an opportunity for all of us to experience the divine state, the oneness with the divine, the love and gratitude. It's an opportunity to offer our gratitude, the oneness and love to Devi Parashakti. The first one being e-hundi, where you can offer any amount of donations, any amount you can offer, and this option is also available through the super chat options, which is there on YouTube live video. The next is Sankalpa chanting, where you have to make $1 payment. Then the next is Devi Sahasranama Kasu, which is pure gold coin with each one sacred name of the Devi from 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering into 3 denominations, which is $75, $157 and $251. The next is Mukta Anguti pearl finger ring, which you can make in $251, $501 and $750. Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is golden lotus flower, actually, which you can make $600, $1,200 and $1,800. Swarna Metti gold touring for the lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, and this you have to pay $750. Swarna Mantika gold hairline jewelry, you can make the offering by paying $750. Then the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva, both the offerings are available. You can make the offering by paying $1,008 for each of this offering. So now we'll go to the next slide, where we will see the various the links that you need to visit, what exactly you need to do to make this offering. Understand, in the registration form there will be 2 options where you are ready to offer today, or you have the intention to offer a specific sevas. Okay. So actually you can visit the link tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi, and if you are ready to make the payment now, if you are ready to offer any of the seva by online payment, you can visit the link tiny.cc/Devi offerings. Once you make the payment, you can submit the details for puja where your name will be chanted. So you need to visit the link, another link, which is tiny.cc/sankalpa2021. So you can visit those links also, and you can make this offering. So let us dedicate few minutes to make our offering unto Devi Parashakti by going to this link and making the various contribution, making the various offering unto Devi Parashakti, and then we will move to the next session. So with this, we will conclude this session. Thank you everyone for being here. We'll just give you a few moments for all of you to make your offering unto Devi Parashakti.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
So once you click on the link tiny.cc/Devi-offering, you will be led to this page. All of you can see this on your computer screen. So while you go there, it's for Parashakti Bhavasamadhi Darshan, where you can make any amount of offering. So you can choose this option, choose an option. So when you click on this, the various offerings which we just now went through in this session, all those offerings will be available here. So if you want to do the Sankalpa chanting, you can simply click here on the Sankalpa chanting, and the $1, the price is the various amount which is needed for donation is also shown here. You can make as you can increase the quantity, like if you have many members for whom you want to do, so you can increase the quantity accordingly. For Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the 3 options, then the Mukta Anguthi, then Swarna Padma Pushpa. And so all those options are available here. You can just go to this drop down option, and then you can add to cart here. Once you add to cart, okay, so you will be led to the next page where the options are being given here. Again, you can change the quantity if you want to change the quantity here, and it will get reflected into the total amount, and you can proceed to checkout. And once you proceed to checkout, so here you will have to fill the billing details and all other card details and everything, and you can make the payment. Once you are done with the payment, you can go to the Sankalpa chanting, where the Sankalpa, your name, your detail need to be given. So there is a simple form which you can fill and submit. So while the Sankalpa will be chanted, your name will be included into that.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Priya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhavasamadhi Darshan, Literally, those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Priya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you.
You see, each God
is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each god is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each god is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each god is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
With my love and respect, let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda.
Nityanandam.
Nityanandam. Thank you for joining us again.
Nityanandam. Thank you
Nityanandam.
for joining us today again. And today we will be continuing with the revelations from Devi Parashakti about the world.
So we have right now with us the 2nd June Akashic reading. So let us watch this video in Tamil, and subsequently we'll be mapping this Tamil words of Devi, direct words of Devi, into English and sharing with our viewers.
So let us have a look on the video where Devi has revealed some of the very sacred secrets on 2nd June 2021.
ஏன் இந்து மதம் தொடர்ந்து தாக்கப்படுகிறது என்று கேட்கின்றாய் மூடனே. தன்மீதே தனக்கு மரியாதை இல்லாது தன் தர்மத்தை பற்றிய அறிவும் இல்லாது தன் தர்மத்தை தான் காப்பதன் மூலமாகவே தான் உலகில் காக்கப்படுவோம் எனும் தெளிவும் இல்லாது தன்னையே இழந்து நிற்கும் உங்களுக்கு வேறு என்னதான் இந்த மாயை கொடுக்க முடியும்? உங்களை உயிர்ப்பிக்க, உங்களுக்கு அறிவுறுத்த இந்த மாயைக்கு வேறு ஒரு வழியும் இல்லாததனால் உதைத்தும் அடித்தும் துவைத்துமே திருத்துவதென்று முடிவோடு இறங்கியிருக்கின்றாள். விழித்துக் கொண்டோரெல்லாம் பிழைத்துக் கொண்டோர், குருபதம் சேர்ந்தோரெல்லாம் உருபதம் சேருவோர். குருபதம் சென்றிடு, சிவபதம் பெற்றிடு. ஓம்.
Nityanandam.
Nityanandam. So now we are going to go through the meaning of the Akashic reading which we just heard in Tamil. We are going to map the Tamil reading into the most close English words and share with our viewers. So this is how the reading goes. You are asking why Hinduism is being attacked continuously. Fool, without respect for oneself, without any sense of your dharma, with no clarity that if you protect dharma, dharma will protect you, you are all standing losing yourself. What else can Maya do? No other way for Maya to align you. So she has entered the field determined to beat you and align. Those who awaken have saved themselves. Those who reach Guru's feet will receive Paramashiva's feet. Reach Guru's feet and receive Paramashiva's feet.
So, to one of the questions asked by one of the devotees about why Hinduism is constantly under attack, because as you know, for the past more than a millennia, more than 1,000 years, almost from 700 BC, India is under attack continuously from different places. Different invaders are attacking and Hindus are constantly being targeted. So the person asked, what happened? Why Hindus are constantly under attack? Why Hinduism is constantly attacked? So Devi has answered to that question with the words that you are asking why Hinduism is being attacked continuously. So Devi is telling, fool is not only for that person, it's for everyone, because all of us carry this question in our hearts, that why Hinduism is always under attack. Without any sense of your dharma, because most of us have forgotten that what is our dharma, our responsibility, our duty towards the dharma, righteousness, with no clarity. What that if you protect dharma, dharma will protect you. So this clarity that we have forgotten, that only when we protect dharma, dharma is going to protect us. The way that if you keep some ecosystem safe at the time of need, that ecosystem will protect you.
So let us take a small example. For example, you protect the dharma. How? By in the dimension of, let's say, finance, by managing your personal finances very properly. So when you're in time of crisis, in some kind of financial crisis, you will have that money saved to protect you. That is how dharma protects you in the terms of finance.
Yes.
Similarly, it's just an example. Similarly, dharma protects us in all spheres. This is the natural cosmic law. Dharma means the natural cosmic laws, and natural cosmic laws have no hypocrisy. When you stand up for dharma, dharma protects you.
So this is a very simple example, that if you are keeping the societal laws save, the laws which protect you, that laws is going to protect you, because this circle, this virtuous circle is there. But once you break it, you are no longer safe. So dharmo rakshate rakshitah is a very important fundamental principle that the Hindus have forgotten. And because of that, because they forgot it, they are standing and losing. And because of this, the Maya, she has no other way than to wake us up by beating us and making us to align to the cosmic law of dharma. So that is why Hinduism is constantly being attacked, not only from outside, not only from the side of invaders or from people from other faiths, but also with this kind of diseases like COVID and black fungus and other such diseases are also affecting us.
Let me share one small practical example. We heard in the past few days, people were asking questions like, what if I have left the monastery, left the Adinam, and I want to come back again? Multiple times, same questions people have asked. Whereas Swamiji, as Devi Parashakti, through when Swamiji, as the Nijavatara of Devi Parashakti, and even directly has confirmed that the doors are open. But why do people want an assurance again and again? This is because they did not stand up and protect dharma. So what happens? Even though the doors are not closed from the other side, because of the guilt, possibly because of the guilt or because of the impossibility we go through, we feel it is closed. So sometimes we are shutting the doors on ourselves. But when we stand for dharma, doors open which we never even knew about. That is an experiential reality which, when you stand up for dharma, and I'm sure all of us have done it at some point of our life, when we stand up for dharma, we experience it.
So constantly, regularly, and with in every Parashakti Akashic reading, Devi is reminding all the Hindus their cosmic dharma, their duty, responsibility, that is to protect the Sanatana Hindu dharma, to keep its flag high, to maintain its infrastructure, and to keep the Hinduism for the next generation. That is why the Hindus have taken birth, and that is their responsibility.
So let us little bit share on this, Ganaprabhaji, for the benefit of our for everybody. What do we mean by protecting dharma? Some people have a very wrong understanding about protecting dharma means going and fighting and killing. Nothing like that. It is not that. That is not protecting dharma. Even doing your puja daily, your own puja worship rituals daily is protecting dharma. What benefit it gives you? It gives you instant benefit of giving you the experience of bhava samadhi in your day-to-day life. Your every morning starts with that experience, and what happens over the period when it becomes a habit, it becomes a ritual, every day you do it, you get a corresponding benefit. Same way yoga, if you follow the dharma of your body and bless it with daily yoga, naturally you will have a healthy body which will bless you in your old age especially, and even in these times of crisis, your body will bless you and you will be able to live a prolonged life. But what if you are going to dump your body with plastic food? Naturally, you didn't follow the dharma of your body, you didn't follow the cosmic laws of your body will suffer.
One of the components of yoga is the yam niyam, and one of that component of that is the shoch. Why it is so important now is because we lost the idea of shoch, cleanliness. We have invited so many diseases now. You can see all the Hindus in India, if you can remember your grandparents, or more than those who are like in their death, like 90 plus, you can see the amount of shoch, the cleanliness they used to maintain.
And the concept of shoch, let us please remind ourselves, it is the Vedic Sanatana Hindu Dharma concept, which might not occur very naturally to people. But this is a most close translation we have for the word.
So what in shoch people used to do it, everything was written down, how you have to wash yourself, how you have to clean yourself, the 5 like how you have to clean your body, your soul, how your food should be there, how much the social distancing that we are maintaining now in the COVID times, people used to maintain naturally at that time.
That is why in Hinduism we greet people with folded hands
and do not touch each other unnecessarily. So all these things are not there. Like in some part of the world,
Cultures.
the greeting is kissing each other. But in Hinduism,
or handshake.
But in Hinduism, whether you are big, small, everyone, we offer our greetings with folded hands. So that means that the physical touch is minimum with someone who are meeting you suddenly. And also the concept of that if someone died in your family, you were supposed to be in quarantine, not meeting people, not going to temples, not going to any occasion.
Because even the thoughts we have, even the words we say are a part of our ahara, what we consume. Along with food, the thoughts and the words which we consume are also a part of our ahara, which is loosely translated to our food consumption. And even that is maintained proper, because whatever we consume, that we become. So what are these? These sound like very much like health tips,
yes,
if we look at, but this is precisely what Hinduism is a totality of health in every dimension. Healthy politics, healthy administration, healthy body, healthy mind, healthy consciousness, healthy relationships, healthy everything, healthy society, healthy business, you name it. That is what Hinduism is in a nutshell. So when you stand for dharma, which is all of this, you get the corresponding benefits.
So if you stand with the dharma of Socha, you will be protected. Now, what all scientists are telling, all doctors are telling, keep washing your hands multiple times. Do not enter you also wash your feet before entering your house. These all practices we were already doing. All the Hindu houses, you have to drop your shoes and whatever footwear you are wearing outside of the house, wash your feet, then you can enter into your house. That was the regular practice.
And even now, in many places.
And you cannot eat food without washing. See, you have to wash your hands. After then you can eat. This is the general practice in Hinduism. And that's why we eat with our hands. So we wash it before eating. We take bath before eating. The woman take bath, keep their hairs tight, and even they will put their cloth on their mouth and nose while cooking itself, so that none of their impurities enter into the food. So such was the level of shauch that was being maintained in Hinduism. And when you maintain that level of dharma, dharma protects you, because when you maintain all your shauch, all your cleanliness, you are protected from unnecessary, unavoidable infections and
so
diseases.
This is the disease, health and disease part of dharma. But what Devi Parashakti is referring to is obviously much more, when she's telling us that we should have stood up and protected the enlightenment ecosystems, which are preserving these lifestyle components in a very living way, along with the physical infrastructure, not just the principles, not just the people who are living this lifestyle, but also the physical infrastructure, the land, the buildings, the temples, everything put together. When we preserve all of it, what will happen? Naturally, we'll be able to use those facilities. If today we are having 54 adhinams lesser, it is because we allowed 54 adhinams to be burnt and shut down in Tamil Nadu. Otherwise, the people from Tamil Nadu who are coming so far would have had a COVID quarantine care center in their back doors.
And also, if we had these ecosystems already there, this pandemic would not have affected that much to India, because all these are karmas. It's not like that it was, came out of the blue or from somewhere. These are karmas that we are reaping now.
So there's two parts to it. We might not have done anything wrong. That means we might not have a balance of a negative karma, but we don't have a balance of a positive dharma.
Yes.
We haven't done the dharma of protecting these systems. So that is precisely what Devi Parashakti is revealing. Whether you die or you don't die, Maya doesn't care. Who cares? You are in the no care zone because you didn't do the positive part. You would have been a hit list of must die if you had done if you had done the negative part. But you are in the don't care zone because you had the attitude of
I don't care. So when you don't care,
Maya doesn't care.
Maya doesn't care whether you are alive or not. So once you start caring that, yes, I am responsible for
my
keeping
life.
for my life, for keeping Sanatan Hindu Dharma alive, because you have received the benefits of Sanatan Hindu Dharma, it is your responsibility to keep it safe for the next generation. Because if you are not keeping it safe, you are doing the crime of destroying it. Swamiji, in one of his satsangs, he has mentioned that if you are not keeping something which you have received from your heritage, from your parents, your ancestors, for your next generation, then you are doing a crime.
So that is why we have many rich families. Subsequently, after 2-3 generations, they lose the wealth. Why does it happen? Because they are not able to maintain the wealth. They are not able to follow the dharma which is linked with the wealth, which is the artha. So they don't know that science and they don't follow it diligently, and that is why it perishes. Same way it happens for yoga, for everything. It is only through the Guru's grace that these things are able to continue generation after generation, generation after generation. Let me give you an example. We know that Madurai Adinam Linga, the personal linga which every Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Supreme Pontiff of Madurai Adinam, had been worshipping for, I can say, around 292, including Swamiji, who is the 293. Supreme Pontiffs had been worshipping the Madurai Adinam Linga day after day. It is said that this worship continued day after day for more than 3,000 years. Please understand, 3,000 years. In today's world, we live with people who are, and families who don't last more than a year, and people separate and kids suffer. And here we are talking about a commitment of more than 3,000 years without missing a single day. That is made possible only by the Guru Bhakti, only by the grace of Guru, only by the Guru Parampara. This is essentially, the Guru Parampara is what is Hinduism.
And this, maintaining this whole chain of daily worship, is the way the dharma was kept alive. Because the dharma was kept alive, dharma kept the people who are maintaining this dharma alive. So this virtuous circle is what Devi is mentioning here, that if you are protecting dharma, dharma is going to protect you. But once we forgot about it.
Let us just one more example for the benefit of health of our viewers. We know that the maximum number of deaths worldwide happen, before COVID at least, happened because of heart diseases and diabetes and coronary related disorders. Now, guess what? In Hinduism, we have a solution for this, which is as simple as vegetarian diet. That sounds so simple. And we had like Hollywood stars like Arnold Schwarzenegger and other attest, after going through a heart surgery, attest that they have shifted to a vegetarian diet because that is what their cardiologist recommended to them. So we know even bodybuilders and famous Hollywood stars attest that vegetarian food is good for us. But that is not that is not what we are following in practice. Do we need a heart attack to wake up to this reality? We should not. On the contrary, I can very surely tell that there are many traditions, many Hindu traditions, many Hindu families who have been practicing vegetarians for more than 5,000 years. You can trace their history. They will be able to tell their family lineage. And all of them have been consistently vegetarian. You can check and you can ask some of the communities. They will be able to nod their heads. So understand, this is what dharma is. This is Hindu dharma. When you subscribe to Hindu dharma, when you understand and you fall into this science, it protects you in a multi-generational way, in this birth and your possible future births, and of course your next generation also.
So I was watching some of the comments by our viewers, and the people were commenting that Hinduism is life science. Yes, Hinduism is life science, the higher science of superior science of
it's the greater
life,
science,
greater science of life. And also Devi has mentioned that when you forgot it, what else Devi Maya can do? That means you were given all the chance to align. You are given all the chance to make, correct your mistake and walk the path of dharma.
So if we can understand very simply, what Devi is revealing is not like a moral science. It It is a pure science. It is life science. It is so practical, so pragmatic. It is so much simple to understand. Only when we protect dharma, dharma will protect us. It's very intuitive.
So if you forget it, then the Maya, because you have the commitment to make to keep the Hinduism alive, safe, she is there, like how a loving mother, she beats a child not to punish or not to destroy the child, but just to make the child more efficient, better, and to understand that the thing what he is doing is not good for him or the baby. So that same way, the Maya is beating us, the Hindus, not because she is angry on us and want to destroy us. She is beating us to make us realize that it is time that we understand our responsibility and start acting on it. So that is what Devi is meaning by this, that no other way for Maya to align you. So she has entered the field determined to beat you and align. So here the beating means that this beating can be physical, this beating can be harsh words, this beating can be like just waking you up to the truth that you are here to keep the Sanatana Hindu Dharma alive.
So when the mother wakes you up for your morning yoga, it can be something which you can feel extremely grateful for. You can have an expression of gratitude. You will be so thankful you have such a loving mother. Or you can throw a tantrum, and after actually going through the yoga, you might come to the understanding that this was the best thing to do. Or you might not even realize till the end of your old age, when you look back and only then you realize, yes, what my mother did was the best thing for me.
Yes.
The beating which you are experiencing is entirely depending on your maturity of how much you understand what is being done to you by Paramashiva is the best for you. Going further into the reading, those who have awakened have saved themselves, precisely as we have been discussing, and those who reach Guru's feet will receive Paramashiva's feet. Reach Guru's feet and reach Paramashiva's feet.
In Hinduism, this Guru Gita is a very important book. In that book, actually it is Paramashiva's revelations to Parashakti, in which Paramashiva is telling Parashakti about himself. So in that book, it is said that Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Par Brahma, Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. That the Guru Tattva is Brahma, is the creator, is Vishnu, the sustainer,
the maintainer,
sustainer, and Guru Vishnu, Param Shiva, that he is also Shiva, the rejuvenator. Guru Sakshat Par Brahma, and combined of all this, the one who is beyond all is Guru himself. Tasmai Sri Guruvena, I bow down to that Guru Tattva. So in Hinduism, it is said if you reach to the feet of Guru, you have reached the feet of Par Brahma or Param Shiva or Parapada or Param. Anywhere you can go see Hinduism has multiple sects. Like people following Sakta, they follow Sakti, and Vishnu follow Parampada. So Param Shiva's feet, if you reach to Guru's feet, you reached Param Shiva's feet. This is what Devi is saying in this, that if you have reached to Param Shiva's feet, you will reach your Guru's feet, you will reach Param Shiva's feet.
And please understand, it is a very simple science. If you don't take medicine, if your body is having a disease and you don't take a medicine, you fight with the doctor, you fight with your mother, don't expect to survive. It is that a simple case. So what you need to do to protect yourself from COVID, you need to quarantine yourself. What is the best place to quarantine yourself? Adi Kailasa. It is that simple.
So I take this opportunity to invite all the people, whoever are watching this show on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, or any of the channels, please fill up the form to come to Adi Kailasa or any of the centers for the preventive COVID quarantine. So you can sign up for coming to Adi Kailasa or any of the Adinams by clicking on the link tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care. So it is very important that you sign up and save yourself during this pandemic to become a food for the death. That is what it is going to be. Stop and save your life. That is what you can do now please sign up at tinyurl.com/Kailasa care.
So now we'll be going in the next Akashic reading from 1st June 2012.
So now we will be watching a short video in which Devi Parashakti has revealed some of the more sacred secrets, and it is one of the videos from 1st June 2021 in which Devi Parashakti has given her Parashakti Akashic reading. So we will be entering into that.
சொல்வதை நன்றாய் கேள்மகளே, நித்யானந்தனோடு இருந்து இப்பிரளய பெரும் ஊழியில் இருந்து பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கும் உடன்மாலுமியாய் உலகிற்கு சேவை செய்ய கைலாயத்திலிருந்து இறங்கி வந்த ஜீவன்களுள் ஒருத்தி நீ. வந்த நோக்கத்தை மறந்து வேறு வாழ்வில் விலகிச் சென்ற உன்னைப் போன்ற கைலாயத்திலிருந்து வந்த ஜீவன்களும் இந்த பிரளய பெரும் ஊழிக் கொடுமைக்கு காரணமாய் ஆனீர்கள். செய்ய வேண்டிய திருப்பணியை மறந்து வந்த வேலை சொந்த வேலை எந்த வேலையோ அந்த வேலை தன்னை விட்டு வேறெந்த வேலையோ பார்க்கச் சென்ற உனைப் போன்ற கைலாசவாசிகளும் நடக்கும் பெரும் ஊழிக் கூத்து நாடகத்திற்கு காரணமாய் ஆனீர்கள். சொன்னதை 3 நாட்கள் சிந்தித்திடு. கனவிலும் நனவிலும் உணர்விலும் சத்தியத்தை காட்டுகின்றேன். கண்டபின் மீண்டு வா, பிராயச்சித்தமும் பரிகாரமும் அளிக்கின்றேன். போய் வா புண்ணியவதி, போய் வா. ஓம்.
Yes. So now
we'll go through the translation, or the broad translation, the mapping of the words of the Devi Parashakti's Akashic reading. The reading goes thus. Listen carefully to what is being said, daughter. This reading is for one of the female devotees. You are one of the beings who came down from Kailasa to be a co-sailor and serve the world to protect it from terrible corona. So the co-sailor is being referred because the Kailasa ecosystem is referred to as the Manu's boat or Noah's Ark, which is there to take humanity and sail across this times of crisis, this
deluge,
this great deluge. So the devotee is being referred to as co-sailor, and it applies not to just the one who are getting this reading, it is for all the devotees.
Actually, one of the Nari readings of Swamiji, it has revealed that 7 crore people,
which is around 70 million,
came before Swamiji came on planet Earth to establish, to create the environment for the Param Shiva to land. 7 crore people came with Swamiji to help in his mission to establish the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and 7 crore people were born after him to keep the ecosystem alive.
So that is more than 200 million people.
And all these people of the beings of Kailasa, they had the responsibility, they had the commitment that when they will land on planet Earth, they will not forget it, and they will work to keep and maintain the Kailasa ecosystem.
And if you have received a reading, if you are watching, in fact, if you are watching this, you are one of those beings.
So realize this truth, that your responsibility is to keep the Sanatana Hindu Dharma alive and to maintain Kailasa ecosystem. So this is what Devi has revealed to that female disciple.
And please understand, as Swamiji has repeatedly told, you are not just a number for him.
You are a being. You
And
are
he
consciousness.
connects with each one at a personal level, at a one-to-one level. He's your personal guru. He's your own guru.
And Swamiji always says that Param Shiva is not in any competition. That if you become me, there is no competition. So even if Swamiji says that the state of Parama is not exclusive, it is available for everyone. So this co-sailor, everyone. So you can say that Param Shiva has landed. Why he needs co-sailors? He can do it himself. But you to feel the bliss that you were part of this mission. For at this point, I want to mention that Sri Ram does not need monkeys to help him to win a war. It is for the glory of the monkeys, to give glory to the monkeys. Param Shiva, Sri Ram, he used the monkeys in his war against Ravana. So Sri Ram does not need the monkeys to win a war. It is for the glory of the monkeys, Sri Ram gives them this opportunity to serve him. This is what Param Shiva does not need anyone for maintaining Kailasa, creating Kailasa, but to give you glory that you have done this. He has given the opportunity for all of us to create, maintain, and sustain the Kailasa ecosystem.
Please understand, wherever Paramashiva lives, in Mahakailasha, that is Kailasha, even in this physical plane, in this Bhuloka, where Paramashiva has incarnated, the very presence where he is, he makes Kailasha. His presence, his feet is where you reach Kailasha. He doesn't need Kailasha. He creates Kailasha. So who needs Kailasha? Obviously, we need Kailasha, because when we create Kailasha around us, we get Paramashiva with us. If you want Paramashiva in life, you create Kailasha around you. Why you want Paramashiva in your life? It is for your sake. It is so that you have a blissful, happy life. Does Paramashiva need blissful, happy life? No, because he's beyond any of that. He is the source of bliss. He is already in bliss. He is Nityananda. So it is for our sake. It is in our interest that we need Kailasha. Kailasha does not need us. When you create Kailasha, you live in Kailasha, you live happily.
And Devi further said, you forgot the purpose of coming and diverted into another life. Such beings as you who came from Kailasa are also the reasons for this terrible pralaya. So in this, Devi has mentioned that the purpose of your life was to help to become a co-sailor and to run the Kailasa ecosystem
on this Bhuloka.
But you forgot that and you started living a different life. That means you got engaged in your own personal life, like you wanted to have some job, you wanted to have some pleasures, you wanted to maintain some career and all, and you forgot your purpose.
And you wanted to work for an IT company, or you wanted to work for some other company who sells some things which are not even useful today in this crisis.
So because you forgot that, and the people that we are mentioned in just a few minutes ago, that the people who came before Param Shiva, Swamiji, who came along with him, and those who came after him, when such people, they forgot their purpose, they created the karma because of which this terrible pralaya has happened. So these people also, Devi is mentioning that they are forgetting their responsibility is the reason for this terrible pralaya.
Like you and other such beings who came from Kailasha have become the reason for this great drama.
So the responsibility Devi is putting on the people who came before and with Param Shiva, and not doing their responsibility, not doing their duty for this great drama to unfold.
Forgetting the divine seva you need to do and leaving the work you are meant to do, you are doing some other work.
So here Devi is mentioning about the mistake that everyone are doing.
For 3 days, think about what I told. I will make you realize it in your dreams, waking state, and consciousness.
So this is for the person who asked this question. Devi told her to contemplate on this for 3 days and then they will make her realize this in her dream state, waking state, and consciousness, and all these three.
I will show you the truth. Once you see it, I will give prayashchitta, the penance, the process to come out, the completion process. I will give prayashchitta and parihara. Come, go and come, O virtuous one.
So prayashchitta and parihara are these two words. Parihar means, prayashchitta is if you did something which was not supposed to be done, to go through the process and come out of it, like you are clean of it. Parihara means how to undo it and go to the right track. So prayashchitta and parihara are two different words, which means prayashchitta means if you did something wrong, you go through that process and you do completion and you are complete with it. Parihara means how to undo it. So all this Devi told that she will show in the dream state, waking state, and consciousness to the person who asked these questions. So all of you, if you think that this is answer to your question and you feel that this is what Devi has said to you directly, please, you can also do this. You can also contemplate for 3 days and maybe the Devi will answer you also.
Or you can just directly log in and register at tinyurl.com/Kailasa
care and register yourself to come to any of the Adinams of Adi Kailasa or the other 11 Adinams that are opened now for people to come, reside, and keep themselves safe during this COVID pandemic. So now we will be moving on to the next sacred secret of Hindu birth.
This reading is from 31st May. So let us first hear directly from the Devi through the Nija Avatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
So in this video, Devi has revealed the sacred secrets of Hindu birth, why people take Hindu birth, why it is special, and how the people who took it, they took it granted, and how they are going through this Pralaya, what is happening to them. So we will be going through this video where Devi Parashakti has revealed the sacred secret of Hindu birth.
நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனித பிறவி. அந்த மனித பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம். மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு, அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால் தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன இந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன இந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன இந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன இந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் ஏது? ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Now we'll be going through the mapping of the Tamil Akashic reading in English. Here it goes. Listen. Andajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam. Like this in 4 types of births in 8.4 million yonis. In all these births, the most greatest birth of them all is human birth. Andajam means
An organism of B born out of X.
Yonijam means
Born out of the mammals, how they are born.
Jalajam
Out of water.
and Bijam
out of seed.
So like this, there are 8.4 types or yonis.
8.4 million.
8.4 million yonis.
Yonis, you can broadly consider it as species.
Genealogy, species, under which beings are born in this world. In all these births, the most greatest birth is the human birth.
It is an undebatable subject because a human has all the rights, all the things that can do. So God has actually
given him the possibility of enlightenment. More example, if you going further in the reading, even
in Srimad Bhagavatam, I want to mention that story, Maharaj. In Srimad Bhagavatam, if you have read, there is a story of Bharata. Bharat was a samrat, an emperor of ancient India. And at the end of his, while he became old, he decided that he wants to attain moksha. So as was the norm in those times, he took sannyas and vanaprasth, and he went to the forest and started to do the penance and all.
Vanaprasth means, vana means one,
forest,
and prastha means like a
dwelling.
Dwelling in forest.
So he went for the vanaprastha, and there he was practicing doing all his spiritual practices and following the spiritual routine. Remember, he was an emperor who left everything and went to forest to live a secluded life so that he can get liberated.
And please understand, this is a norm as per Hinduism.
But one day what happened? On the banks of the river, one female deer, she was drinking, and a lion roared from somewhere, and out of fear, that deer, she jumped. She was pregnant, and the child, the baby deer came out, and the mother died. Bharat had so much of compassion and love for that baby of the deer that he took the baby with him and started to
nurture
him and make him his pet. Slowly, what happened? His all attention shifted from his spiritual routine to that deer. And once, as he was growing older with this, one day when he came back from his bath, he did not find the deer in his ashram. He became very disturbed, and he started searching for the deer all over the place. And out of his disturbed mind, he could not see, and he fell into a pond, into a well. And he was very badly injured, and he was about to die. When he was about to die, the deer came and saw in the well. And Bharat saw the deer. And because of his love for the deer, and the last thing that he thought was about that deer, in next birth, he took the body of a deer.
That is why in Hindu tradition, when people leave body, when the consciousness passes in the next life, we say Ram Naam Satya Hai. We remind him of the name of the divine, so that the last thing which people remember is the name of the divine, and they become one with the divine.
So here, every time, it is very important that during the time of the death, people remember the Bhagwan, the God, so that you attain that. If you will remember Hiran, if you remember the deer, you will become a deer. If you remember that
buffalo, you will become a buffalo.
If you think the experience of eating is the best, you will become buffalo. If you think that the flying is the best thing that you can do in your life, you can become a bird, and you will keep flying in the next life. So what you think is the best is going to happen.
But please understand, you have already gone through that cycle, and because of that, you have the maturity that human birth is the best. It is not a fact. It is your personal experience also. Otherwise, why would you have taken the human birth?
So going back to the animal life from human life is not very, it's not like a norm, but even if you choose, it is possible. So that's why Devi is mentioning the human life is the best one, because you have already gone through all this 84 million
lakh or 8.4
8.4 million yonis, the species, and you have experienced all this. You wanted to experience drinking raw blood. You did that as the form of lion, in the form of tiger. When you wanted to experience only standing, like you do not want to take any responsibility, you just wanted to enjoy in a sleeping state, you become a tree. So all these things you have already experienced, we have already experienced, and going through all these experience, we have matured to become a human being. So this is why Devi is mentioning that the human birth is the best of all the 8.4 million births any being can take. So going further into this reading,
even in that human birth, being born
yes,
being born and toiled many times, after getting burnt and toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama, in all the fields, even in human birth, we might have gone into the pursuit of wealth, we might have gone into the pursuit of knowledge, we might have gone in the pursuit of power, we might have gone in the pursuit of relationships, dharma, artha, kama. In everything, we might have gone. And finally, we took the birth of Hindu. Going further in the reading, and those who decided of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, which is liberation. It's a translation, it's a close translation of the word moksha. It is liberation. Only those will have Hindu dharma yonism. They'll have the Hindu birth, the Sanatana Hindu dharma yonism of being born to Hindu parents.
So when the first time someone is born as a human being, what was the last body that being had? That sanskar, that instinct will be there. So
for example, if you had an inclination in pursuing wealth, you might have been born in a country which is inclined towards money capitalism, like the US. When you had the desire to experience relationships, you might have been born in large joint families such as in Italy. When you had the desire and you were in the pursuit of power, you might have been born in one of the places where there is dictatorship, or the pursuit of power is the greatest thing which people run after. But after going through all of this, finally now, especially the people who are born Hindus, you actually chose the Hindu birth because you planned this time with the maturity you accumulated after so many births. You understood now it's a time for moksha. Now is a time for liberation. That is why you took Hindu birth.
And so here Devi is saying that people who have gone through all this, so within the 8.4 million yonis, you have already gone through all the experience that you wanted to have, and then you took the human birth. But after taking the human birth also, your new pursuit starts. You start in the pursuit of luxury, of dharma, earth. Dharma means the righteous acts. The artha means the money related pursuit of
wealth, luxuries.
And you go into the pursuit of kama. Kama means
relationships.
Relationships, it may relate to arts as well. So kama has multiple dimensions. All your desires come as kama.
Desires.
So kama in Hinduism does not only mean the space of having the physical relationship. In Hinduism, kama is a broad guideline where everything related to pleasures is included. For example, if you like to dance, that is also part of kama. If you like to have beautiful scenes, you want to see beautiful scenes, that is also a desire, pleasure that you want to have for your eyes. So that also comes in the sphere, in the field of kama. So if when you go through all these things, you want to enjoy the pleasures, you want to enjoy the wealth, you want to enjoy the feeling of being righteous. Once you have gone through all these and you have matured and you have felt that they are not giving you the satisfaction, the fulfillment that you wanted in your life, you go to the next step, that is the pursuit of moksha,
which is liberation. And for many of us, this might have not even been an experience of multiple births. In one single birth, you might have experienced it. And finally, you decided for the Hindu lifestyle. And For the people, especially who were born to Hindu parents, you chose it consciously, and that is why you were born to Hindu parents. Human birth is Uttamam, the best, and Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Hindu birth, human birth is Uttamottam, the best of the best.
So Devi is saying that as the human birth is Uttamam, is the best, being born as into Hindu parents or in a Hindu family is Uttamatam, best of the best, because you have consciously chosen for moksha. You have voted for moksha. So you are born in Hindu family. You were given the ecosystem needed for that. You have, everything was set in place so that you achieve what you wanted to achieve as moksha in this life.
And please understand, when we say your pursuit becomes moksha, it does not mean you need to live like a pauper. We know how Bhagwan Krishna lived. He was a king. We know Bhagwan Ram. Yes, he went to the forest, but he was a king. We know Sikh gurus who were kings. So it does not mean that you live like a pauper, or you don't have knowledge, you don't have dharma, you don't have the wealth, you don't have fulfilling relationships. But these do not bind you. They do not stop your expansion in life. That is when you are in your ultimate best possible life. That is why it is Uttamottam, best of the best.
So Devi is revealing very subtle, deep, sacred secrets of Hindu philosophy, Hindu ideology,
or darshan.
Darshan.
Everyone who took this Uttamottam birth, the best of the best birth, has the responsibility of protecting the science of living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma. If you don't protect this science of living this life, this best life, how are you going to live it? It is a complete paradox. You cannot live the life if you don't protect that very life. How you protect that life? By protecting the principles.
Our viewer has asked a question. It is from Christina Maschio. People that have done very awful things don't pay karma. See, the whole idea of karma is not only the idea of this reaction. It is more than that. People who do awful things, the space from which they are doing, that is also one of the factors that is needed, that is calculated while the karma is decided. So the karma theory is like an automated generation. No one is monitoring. It is automatic system. You do something, it's like how if you touch the electric wire, it is going to give you shock. It is a phenomena. It is going to happen. It needs not any intervention.
So to give an example, Swamiji has very beautifully said, when you do these kind of crimes, you don't go to hell. Actually, because you're already in hell, you do these crimes. Look at the people whom you feel are doing things which you feel are wrong. Just talk to them. Just if you talk and spend 5 minutes with them, they will transfer that disturbed mental space to you. You will know they are living in hell. When you talk to someone who is living a very blissful life, just spending some time with them will make you so blissful. So people are already going and experiencing hell. The people who are doing so-called bad karmas.
If you enter any butcher house, you will smell the smell of death there, the stench of rotten blood and the body parts of the animals there. The people who are there, working there, they are already suffering the hell. In Garud Puran, it is mentioned that some hells have so much of stench that you cannot live. If a normal person goes inside, enters it, he will feel that he has entered the hell. But the people who are working there, they do not feel it.
But that doesn't mean that they are not in hell.
Actually, it happened to me, Maharaj. One time, I was moving with a spiritual organization, and I was collecting the chanda, what we call
the offerings, the donation,
yes,
fundraising.
I was doing the fundraising. So we accidentally went into a butcher house where they were cutting some animals. It was such a strong smell there that I felt that if I stand there for 1 minute, I will die. So I actually came out and I ran, and I was searching for an open space where I can take breath. But the people who were there, they were sitting and standing like nothing is happening. For them, it was a natural thing. So only one who is outside of hell can realize the people who are hell inside the hell are in hell, because those who are in hell, they forget that they are in hell,
and they create hell for others. So run away from the people who create hell for you. And please understand, this is about the present birth. In the next birth, the kind of birth they get is also going to be a response to their karmas. This birth also and next birth also. So moving on to the very sacred reading by Devi Parashakti. And also they have the right of experiencing its benefits. The right was given to them because of their commitment given to by them to do this responsibility.
So the benefits of Hindu Dharma, there are multiple benefits. First, if you are born to a Hindu family, you will be taken care of, because in Hindu family, the child is taken with very love, and you experience the love of a expanded family. You have grandparents, you have grandparents from parents from mother's side, from father's side, you have uncle from mother's side, from father's side, you have cousins from mother's side, from father's side, you have it is like you are under a banyan tree when you are born into a Hindu family, and you feel fulfilled. You do not feel orphaned.
And that is why we see in the US, the advertisement billboards, they portray a family, a happy family, because that is what advertisers know is what people are desiring. But this is a daily happening, it is something which every Hindu child in India has it, at least till our generation.
So the benefits of being born as a Hindu is a stable Hindu family. Then you also experience the lifestyle of light food. You eat, mostly the Hindus eat
tasty but healthy food.
Even in some families, some traditions who take non-veg, but even the non-veg they take is very limited and is not out of too much of cruelty.
Once a week is like that kind of a lifestyle. We are not justifying any of it, but the kind of a controlled life, a kind of a sattvic, pure, blissful life, that kind of ecosystem you get when you become Hindu, when you take the responsibility of Hinduism.
So you are getting all the benefits of a Hindu. You get a body which is organic. So you can see the Tambras, the success of Tambras, the Tamil Brahmins in all the IT field. Why? Because the body they have is the organic Hindu body.
Organic, multi-generational. So they have an organic body which they have inherited, because the mother's womb, when the blood which is supplied to the child, that is so pure, the kind of hormones that are secreted, the kind of environment it creates, the kind of epigenes which express because of that blissful hormone, that helps in development of the brain. That is why in war-torn countries, we see the children when they are born with many of the psychological disorders and various ailments. Whereas when children are born in blissful families, they are extremely sharp. They are very, they excel in the academics. It is because the environment matters. So it's not just a single generational organic body, it's a multi-generational organic body, a very rare asset.
See, the whole allegations on the Brahmins, especially, that they have taken up all the opportunity is not justified, because the Brahmins, because of their multi-generational maintaining high organic body, the intelligence with which the next generation is born is always higher. See, the body, the mind, which is the brain, which is created out of the vegetarian diet, is much more intelligent and is able to process the inputs much faster in a better way than for some people who are not in that.
To give an example, we know like Ramanujan, who was a very, very orthodox practicing Hindu, and we know the kind of theorems he had revealed to the world. We had scientists, mathematicians from the other parts of the world who would be asking him, who would be begging him and fighting him for theories, for proofs, but he will be just revealing the answers directly without even needing to go through the steps. He will just jump directly into the answers without needing to go through the steps. That kind of a possibility, power manifestation is available to us. We had many such people, like even Shakuntala Devi. We had many such power manifestors, even in the field of medicine. Like very recently, one of the Vaidyas, we can say, the people who practice medicine, traditional Hindu traditional medicines, like Janini Amma, who has delivered more than 15,000 babies without a single failure, without using any modern equipment.
Child mortality, without a single child mortality.
Without a single child mortality, completely by traditional methods. How is it all made possible? Even in villages which are known to have extremely high, one of the highest in the world, child mortality rates, she was 100% successful because of the pure Hindu lifestyle. All these sciences are protected and preserved by a multi-generational upbringing, multi-generational training and lifestyle, both the ways. So you have, I was reading a book actually, Yana Prabhaji. There was a question, what is the biggest advantage you can have in life? Is it money? Is it talent? The answer which everybody unanimously accepted is the best advantage you can have in life is to be born to a privileged family, to some very good parents. That is the biggest advantage you can have as a human being. So that is exactly what you get as a Hindu birth, because fundamentally from the point where you start, you are already ahead.
Yes. So this benefit was given to all the Hindus because of their commitment. They gave the commitment that they will protect the Hindu Dharma. So all these benefits, like for example, if you take up a job, you commit that you will be working for some hours and you will be producing this result. For that commitment, you are paid some amount, and then you are given some perks also. You get a status. All this is subject to you fulfilling the commitment that you have given.
And please understand, it works in multiple ways. We have certain places around the globe, like in the Europe, especially the Eurozone. We know that the Eurozone is struggling financially because they are not able to meet their financial goals and commitments. You have had situations where some states or some departments had withdrawn funds and not have been able to balance it with the corresponding revenues. So you have a mismatch and a financial crisis which had disturbed and has been disturbing Europe for the past several years. This is exactly what is happening to Hindus at the dharmic field. It is happening there in the financial field. Life doesn't work with hypocrisy. Only when, for example, people take responsibility of maintaining their economy properly, they get the corresponding benefits of a very evolved economies. Likewise, when Hindus take responsibility of a beautiful Hindu enlightenment ecosystem, they are eligible for being able to continue. We cannot just like how countries cannot continue printing fake money and living on
paper money
and having an extraordinary large public debt, a debt created in the air. Who is going to pay? Nobody knows. We cannot live like that in Hinduism. It doesn't work in life. It doesn't work anywhere. Somewhere you will have a great bust where the banks will collapse. The same bank collapse is happening at a dharmic level.
So Devi is saying that those who gave this commitment that they will protect the dharma and work for establishing Kailasa and the enlightenment ecosystem, they got this birth because this is the best of the best.
So this is like the housing loan thing which happened in the Western countries a few years ago. People pledged their houses and took loans and took vacations or other things which they were incited for. They didn't plan for it, but they got into this and they were not able to manage their finances properly. What happens? You promised to pay that loan. You didn't pay. What happened? The entire country went through a financial turmoil and is still kind of recovering. So what do you expect will happen when you promised to work for a Hindu life? You enjoyed the Hindu life, but you didn't take the responsibility of a Hindu life.
So it is like eating the fruits of a tree and cutting its roots. Because if you are not watering it and you are just taking out everything from what it is giving, you are kind of destroying it. Because you are trying to destroy it, now the karma chakra starts. And then the Devi has to come to Bhuloka. After coming to Bhuloka, by getting mentally deluded and forgetting dharma, of protecting Sanatana dharma, Maya, she's taking away all their souls. So, yes, Maharaj, please.
So that is exactly what is happening. People have got mentally diluted. When they are seeing the tree, they are not understanding this is the tree, this is the root, this is the source from where the tree is taking its nutrients, and that is how I'm getting the fruits. They are enjoying the fruit. They are thinking the fruit is nicely packed and arranged in a supermarket, and it has got nothing to do with the tree. It doesn't work like that.
See, if you are a kid or a toddler, you are a 3 or 4-year kid, and you are going to supermarket, you are living in a big city and you have not seen village. If you go to supermarket and you see the mango on the shelf, your idea of mango will be it is found on the shelf. But if you will not never be connected to the tree that gave the fruit.
And you will not even know about the soil which gave the nutrients to the tree. You will not even know about the bacteria which broke down the nutrients for the plant. You don't know. You might be diluted. That is what I'm saying. You got mentally diluted and forget the dharma. You forget the responsibility of protecting Sanatana dharma, and foolishly you cut the tree.
So once your idea of having mango on the shelf, suddenly when the mango is not there, you will not know that the tree which was giving the mango has been cut.
Because you foolishly made the shelf for the mango fruit from that tree. We did all lots of stupid things, thinking, and with all lots of stupid justification to destroy Hinduism, because of all the propagandas and the hate speech and the media propaganda by all the anti-Hindu forces. So many of us bought it and allowed Hinduism to perish. We didn't stand up for Hinduism. We didn't stand up for our guru. And
the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Maharaj, for past centuries, there have been people trying that they want to reform Hinduism.
What do they mean by reform Hinduism? It is just a cover-up for destroying Hinduism.
Hinduism does not need reform. It needs revival.
It needs practice.
It needs people to live it. It does not need to change.
What makes Hinduism perfect is practice. Practice makes Hinduism perfect, not changing the rule. If you want to be perfect in yoga, you don't change the time of waking up. Changing the time of waking up does not solve your problem of not waking up for yoga. Waking up daily, diligently is going to solve your problem of waking up for yoga. Changing the rules is not going to work because your body is aligned with the cosmic rules. You have to align to cosmic rules. Cosmic rules are not going to align to our whims and fancies.
So, after coming to Bhuloka, when we took the decision that, okay, this is the best of the best birth that I can take, and let me go and take the benefits of whatever I get from this. And for this, I will be working and I will be doing the Paramashiva's work of keeping the enlightenment ecosystem safe, to propagate it and to maintain it. But after coming here, seeing the people around who are busy in their pleasures, enjoying the dharma, artha and kama,
or even having a rakshasa outlook of life, demonic, destructive outlook of life.
So once we saw them, we get deluded
and we subscribe to their lifestyle, forgetting their destiny is very different. Their maturity of their souls is very different. Their cycle, they might be millions of births farther away in terms of maturity than Hindus.
Where you are right now. So you are comparing yourself like you are a human being and you are comparing your food to the food of a lion. You may see, okay, lion is doing hunting and eating. What a great way to have food. And you go back to your forest and you start hunting the animals and you start eating. Then you are at the level of the lion. Then why do you need a human birth? It will be better for you to be born as a lion. That is what Devi is saying. That if your desire is to hunt like a lion, be lion and hunt.
And unfortunately, all the lions are either in zoo or dead.
So if you have taken the human birth, in that you have taken a Hindu birth, your purpose of life is not what the purpose of life for other people. Your purpose of life is to have attained moksha. So if you delude yourself with the lifestyle,
wrong examples.
Yes. the wrong examples, if you start following them, because for your deluded understanding, they are enjoying more than what you are doing, then you are going in the wrong way, direction.
You are going to be the loser.
And that's why the Maya, she is going to take away the soul. Why? Not to punish, but to give you another chance. Because we only remember when we leave the body. And when we go back again to the space where there is no body, we realize that what mistake we have done. And then we commit again and then pray again. Okay, give me one more birth. I will go, and this time I will not forget anything. I will do what I am promising. And all these pledges we make. And then you get a birth, and then you again restart.
It is almost like how we deal with our daily routine. When we have to wake up, we say, let me sleep. But when we miss it, we regret it. Oh, I should have been on time. So we do this cycle multiple times, and finally our head breaks and we come to completion and we understand, no, this is not going to work. Only with sincerity and consistency, I'm going to be able to take care of my body and my routine, my spiritual practice, my beautiful Hindu life.
So for example, if we take example of football, people are playing, you are a player in the football, but you are not paying attention. You are not performing what you were supposed to do. Then what the captain does, captain changes you and brings you back to the gallery. This is what Maya does. If you have gone to play some role, if you forget it, you will be brought back to the gallery where the captain will tell you your role again. Then again, you will be sent back into the game. So you can think in this way also, that once you have taken the Hindu birth, you have certain role to play. If you're not playing that role, you will be called back and told that this was what you were expected to do.
And please understand, just because you are playing the game, it does not mean you are definitely going to score a goal. You might be successful, you might not be successful, but you will be playing the game, which is very important.
So being in the game and knowing your role and playing that role is what Maya or Devi expects from you. Because everything else she is taking care. You have to just take care of your part,
your role.
And your role is only to do what you have committed to do. Nothing more than that.
And that is dharma, your natural life, your natural role. Just like an electron is around a proton, around a nucleus, like an electron cloud, like a present around the proton. That is the dharma of the electron. Likewise, your dharma, you have a specific dharma, a duty, a natural responsibility, very much just what the natural laws of life say. Nothing extra, nothing artificial, exactly as per nature. What you like. As a Hindu, you might have passion for cooking. You might have a future possibility in Anadan, for example. You might have passion for arts. You can, as a Hindu, by practicing arts, get liberated.
Yes.
You might like, some kind of a sport like archery. Even by practice of archery, you can get liberated. So you don't need to compromise on what is innate to you, what you like and what you enjoy. But you cannot compromise on the ultimate goal, which is liberation.
So, for example, if you know about the Kailasa temple, which is built of a monolithic stone, the people who built it, they cannot be normal people.
So we are talking about Kailasa at the Ellora caves. It's a huge single monolithic. Monolithic means which a single mountain, a single huge mountain was carved from top to bottom. Millions of tons of stone was removed in a matter of less than 30 years. And we had the beautiful Kailasa Ellora temple. You can go and search about it.
So these Thapatis who did that, or the temple makers, they were the enlightened beings who were working on the temples. Even people who cooked, they got enlightened. In Hinduism, whatever you do, if you do with your full involvement, your whole life, you get enlightened, because that's what is the life about.
Even by running, you can get enlightened. That is precisely what we have been mentioning, that top athletes, when they are at the verge of their game, when they are at the peak of their possibility, they experience the state of Turiya, where they merge with the sport. They experience deep oneness with the sport. But that's a short-lived experience. When you get completely liberated, when you become enlightened, this experience is forever. That is only by the grace of the Guru.
And this why I want to again speak about cease taking away all their souls. It is not out of vengeance. It is not out of anger. It is out of compassion to remind you that this is not why you have born. Your purpose of life is different and you are losing that purpose. So to bring us back to that, the souls are taken away. It's not out of anger or revenge. It's only as a teaching to remind us the purpose of life is not what we are pursuing, is something different. And unfortunately, the only way we understand is either through hard hit or coming back again.
So either we understand by the compassionate words of the Guru, or through the ferociousness of Kalabhairava, or we'll have to experience what Maya is doing with us right now.
So those who were born as Hindus, when they forgot their purpose of life and they stopped protecting the dharma, Maya now is taking their life away. This is what Devi was saying, and then we will be talking in the next, going further.
Understand carefully. I am giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam, the birth of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, only for those who give commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma, even by giving their life. That is exactly how, in an analogous way, when you are playing the game, it is not necessary you might win the game. Whether you win or you lose, when you are at the game, you know what it means to be at the game. You did your part, and that is what matters the most. And you get liberated even for playing your part.
So here Devi is saying that those who gave the commitment that they will protect Sanatana Dharma even by giving their life, for them she has given this birth. This means that, for example, in Mahabharata, different gods took different births, and Abhimanyu was avatar of moon. So moon decided that I do not want to spend a long time on planet Earth, but as everyone is going there to play the cosmic drama, I will also go there, but I will come back very soon. Like I will go there for only 16 years. So he came to play, he was born. Then in the war of the Mahabharata, he was only 16 and he laid his life. So that with that commitment he was born, that I may live short period of time, but I will work and I will fight for dharma to establish dharma. So the people who took this kind of commitment, gave this kind of commitment, that even if I have to lay my life, I will live and die for dharma. Those beings, they got the Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth. For example, there are thousands of people who died in the line of their duty to protect the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. They, in our eyes, they may have died while protecting dharma, and we may even question that why they are dying if they are protecting dharma. But
they are actually becoming immortal.
Their commitment was that they are ready to even die to protect the dharma.
So let us share a vivid example of it. We know that when Hindu kingdoms, the Rajput Hindu kingdoms, were being attacked, invaded, and we know the ghastly persecution which the entire families were subjected to. We can't even share it as we are preparing for a very beautiful experience, but we understand that the families were going through a very ghastly experience. At the time of crisis, when 100 times bigger armies would be invading and everything failed, the kings, the warriors, would tie a saffron cloth on their head, the Kesari Bana, and they would march for the war. And when they tied the Kesari Bana, it was literally like they took Apat Sannyas. They took the sannyas of crisis. Means what? They got untied to their families. And I'll mention exactly what preceded them to take sannyas. Actually, their wives, their families, they did the johar. They burned the fires where the children were put first in the fire, and then the mothers jumped into the fire. Just imagine how painful it must have been to put your children into the fire. Just think, why would mothers do that? It was not for some blind ritual or anything. They know when their children would be captured by the enemies, they would be made slaves, they would be abused sexually as children. That was most painful to watch, for their children to have such a horrible life. We know that when the Hindu kingdoms, their children were captured and they were made to walk from Hindu regions all the way across the Hindu Kush mountains. They would die. 90% of them would die in the Hindu Kush mountains. That is why it was called Hindu Kush, which meant the killer of Hindus, the killer of people who refused to convert, who refused to abandon the Hindu lifestyle. And later on, they would be sold as, whoever survived would be sold as slaves. The mothers, they pushed their children first because it was so painful. They couldn't do anything about it. And then they jumped in the fire. And when the warriors saw those flames, they understood they have no attachments left in life. There is no reason to worry. There is nothing there anymore. They got all relationships, they got untied of them. And they tied the Kesari Bana on their head, and they went on the war, and they fought and killed the entire army, and they died or survived whatever happened. But there was a promise behind this great sacrifice. There was a promise that we will again unite, our family will again unite in the next birth as Hindus. Same families will reunite. If these experiences, the narration, if it fills you with some vivid experience, some tears in your eyes, maybe you are one of them who had made these promises in your past births, and that is why you are back in your Hindu birth or following the avatar, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Please understand that is what it means to give your commitment to protect Hindu Dharma. That is living life like kings and queens, and living life like kings and queens, and being born, reborn. If you are not liberated, if there is some scores, some accounts to settle, maybe just a hug of your loved ones, maybe for that alone you took another birth. But that is what it means to live like a liberated, powerful life.
Here, Maharaj was mentioning about the Sati Pratha and the Saka. The Sati was done by the female bodies and the children, and the Saka was done by the male counterparts. So it was actually in Chittorgarh itself. There is one fort in Rajasthan where 3 times this happened, when thousands of women will lit the fire and they will jump and they will sacrifice their lives. Many times the so-called intellectuals, the modern intellectuals, they question that why they did die, why they did not surrender. But they forgot that women who committed, who put themselves into fire, were not like them. For them, their chastity was the most important, not life. Because for them, they knew that even if they drop this body, they will get the next body whenever they want.
Because they know they have mastered the science of birth and rebirth.
So for them, the attachment with this body is not there. Their attachment to the higher principles of life is there. Because of their attachment with the higher principles of life, they do not find dropping this body as difficult as the people who are so-called intellectuals, who do not know anything about the life, feel. So even when they had to go through the most painful death, dying by fire, they have chosen that. They have not chosen
poison.
Why?
They didn't choose poison. Why?
Because the people who were invaders, they were known to rape even the dead bodies. It is a very strong statement, but it is the truth. Even the dead bodies were raped. To prevent the mutilation of their dead bodies.
And even of their children.
And the children. These women took the bold decision to burn themselves so that even their dead body is not touched. This is the level of commitment which makes a Hindu. This is what Devi is saying, that Hindu birth is given to only those who choose to give their life even for protecting dharma. And that's why with glory we sing their songs. For Hindus, practicing Hindus, the women who sacrificed their lives for protecting their glory, they're sacrificing their life to protect themselves are far more, is very respectable.
And please understand, these women were not like someone you would expect. They were actually warriors. These women, just exactly what Gana Prabhaji was mentioning in Chittorgarh, the king was kidnapped and then the administration was taken over by the queen, who ployed and made sure that her look-alike brother, who looked like the queen, she dressed her up as herself, like a female, and sent her own brother in a palki in disguise to fool the invaders who had came to rape her and abduct her. And in that ploy, she was able to take the help of her brother and rescue the prince. That kind of woman who would wage war, the kind of woman who would lead armies into the war, those kind of women, please understand, they are not women who were suppressed. They were leaders.
They were warriors. And they took this decision. This decision was never taken by the male bodies, that what the woman will do, the woman used to decide. So all this decision was taken by the women folk, that how they will protect themselves or how they are going to choose their life or death. This was all solely based on their own decision. No one was able to force them.
Some Hindu women warriors would carry their children on their back and go on war. We know of Rani Lakshmi Bai, and she would fight with an army which is hundreds of times bigger of them, which an army, an empire which is ruling literally 1/3 of humanity. A small Hindu kingdom would fight such a war.
And at the age of only 23, she was only 23. And actually, when she died, she was hurt and she was actually fatally wounded. She was near a hermit, a group of hermits, and she requested them that they burn her body before any enemy comes. So she was, the hermits, they tore down their hut and made the pyre and they burnt her there itself, so that no one
she
touches
walked
her.
into the fire.
Walked into the fire.
And left her body royally like a queen.
So this was the commitment to keep the dharma alive, not fearing, not having greed of the body. So this is what Devi means by this, that the commitment to protect Sanatan Dharma, even by giving their life. This is what Devi is meaning here, that even if you have to give your life, do not give a second thought, because dharma and life, if you have to choose between the two, choose always the dharma. So those who gave this commitment, they were given this birth of the Hindu dharma.
After getting the body, the Hindu body from Hindu parents or becoming a practicing Hindu, when we took the body, because of painful deluge, not dropping fear and greed, for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them all to the list of the people not worthy of living. Exactly how we have been discussing so far. When we have a don't care attitude towards Dharma, protecting our responsibilities, when we have a don't care attitude, Maya also has a don't care attitude. We are not added to the list of must die, but we are also not in the list of must protect. We are in the list of don't care. So you are not worthy of living. Whether you die or live, nobody cares.
So when we took the body, is after getting the body, because of painful deluge, because during the birth, most of the times, what happens that the baby inside, when he's taking the birth, out of its, because it's born and the process, they forget the purpose of their birth. The forgetfulness happens during the birth. Because of that, we forget that what commitment we have given, and not dropping, because of painful deluge, not dropping fear and greed, and we stick to the fear and greed patterns. We want something and we do not want something. We want something is greed and we do not want something is fear. So once we get caught in this fear and greed, for those who forgot to protect Sanatan Hindu Dharma, or being in this fear and greed pattern, and we forget that the purpose of our life is to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, what the Maya does is, she adds them to the list of the people who are not worthy of living.
When we have a don't care attitude, Maya adds us to the don't care list.
So the categories that Maharaj mentioned, that one category is must protect, must perish, and the third one is I don't care. So those who forget that, they go into the list of not worthy of living. So even if you die or live, Maya does not care.
You might survive as a mistake, literally like a mistake. If you survive, it's a mistake. If you die, there's no surprise.
See, many times people find that they are at a loss. They do not know why they are living. Suddenly in your life, you wake up and you see that what I am doing, why I am living, what is the purpose of my life. That is the exact time when you should ask this question, that have I understood the purpose of my life? Am I living the purpose of my life, or I have forgotten? Because suddenly when you, between your all pleasures and all your activities, you will suddenly find that this crisis, existential crisis will come to you. You will not know what is the purpose of all this. So that is the question when you have to ask and seek that what is the purpose of your life. And that, if you are a Hindu, you will know that it is to protect the dharma. And the protection of dharma is not only by war, fighting a war. It is by living as a practicing Hindu, which is itself, for now itself, it is like a war. In today's time, when there is so much of anti-Hinduism, so being that, living that life is dharma.
Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras, the demons and the devils, are automatically taking away their lives. So when we are in the don't care list, where we are not taken care of, the demons, the devils, we are vulnerable to them and they are taking our lives. Understand properly, for those who stand that even by giving their life, they will protect dharma, will permanently have Veera Swarga and Kailasa Padvi. Veera Swarga, Veera means Velar, people of Velar, and Swarga is like a, roughly we can equate it to a heaven. And Kailasa, the abode of Lord Shiva, and Padvi is the stature or the entitlement to be in Kailasa. So when we protect dharma, either we get the heaven preserved for the people of Velar, or we get the abode of Paramashiva, which is for the people who are entitled for liberation.
So in this Veera Swarga, it's right time to mention Sri Krishna, when he was telling Arjuna to dharma utthashta kaunteya dharma yuddhaya krit nishchaya, Bhagavan Sri Krishna told Arjuna, hatva va prapsyasi swargam jitav va bhogyase mahim tasmat utthashta kaunteya yuddhaya krit nishchaya. If you
die in the war, you will attain this Veera Swarga.
And if you win, you will enjoy the planet Earth. So, hey Arjun, oh Arjun, get up and get ready to have the war, to fight the war. So
both
this is
way, you don't lose.
Yes. So the promise that Bhagavan Sri Krishna gave to Arjuna is that if you are fighting a righteous war, a dharma yuddha, you are, even if you die or you win, you are not going to be a loser. If you die, you will enjoy in Swarga, Veera Swarga. If you live, you will enjoy on this planet Earth. So in both ways, only enjoyment is there for you. You are not going to suffer. So, hey Arjun, stand up and fight. So this is what Devi is saying, that there will be many people who will die protecting the dharma, but they are not losers. Because many times people get disheartened that this person was also fighting for dharma. Why did he die?
Because we might not know the cosmic diktat, we might not know the karmic equations. Maybe it was the right time, where he has burnt all his good karma and enjoyed, he has burnt all his bad karma and enjoyed all the good karma, where he is in the perfect right time for liberation. We don't know whose destiny is what, and in what time they decide that it's time to, that they have fulfilled their purpose and it's time for leaving the planet.
For example, I was mentioning about the Abhimanyu story. So we see that Abhimanyu died after maybe like 12th or 13th day of the war of Mahabharata, and he was killed by a group of kings of that time.
Literally, the entire army was used to kill one person.
He was lynched, you can say, mob lynched by the big Maharathis, the great warriors. He was killed by many warriors and he died. Actually, it was his decision that he will live only for 16 years, and after showing valor and much of his glory, he will come back to his original loka, that is the Swarn Loka. So that was his commitment, and he fulfilled that and he went back. But for the people, onlookers, for them, he died fighting a war in which he was killed unrighteously. That triggered Arjuna, and that made him to behave ferociously, and that made him to win the war. That is the shock treatment that Arjuna got by the death of his son Abhimanyu. So for us, if you are not aware of this story of Abhimanyu's decision to live only 16 years and die on the war field as a with valor, you may think that injustice has been done to Abhimanyu. But it is not so. It was his decision. And because of his decision, he died a Viragati, the last end of a valor person. He attended the Viragati. But because his sacrifice, that led to that made Arjuna to decide that now is the time to finish off the people who killed his son unrighteously, and he started fighting with much valor and with much commitment, and then the war ended in another 5 days. So his sacrifice paved the way. So even if someone is dying, we may think that some injustice has been done for our eyes, but it may be the person's commitment, that he may have decided to live only that long or to die that way, because only people who die with glory are remembered. You do not remember someone who rot and died. So if someone has lived with valor and died, you remember them with respect and glory. So why some people die on the path of dharma? Because they get the Veer Swarga. They may have decided for it, or even if they have not decided for it, they are not going to suffer. They are not losers. So the Veer Swarga Devi is mentioning here is for the people who die in the line of duty for protecting dharma. And those who are living, they get the Kailasa Padavi. So whether you live or you die, you are not going to be a loser. That is what is the promise in this. This statement by Devi is not only a warning to the people who have forgotten, it is also a promise to the people who are practicing it, that if you are practicing it, do not worry. Even if you die, you are going to be in Veer Swarga and you are going to get the Kailasa Padavi.
And please read, it says permanently.
Permanently. So there is no fall from these places.
For any reason, people who forgot to protect dharma, having the Uttamottam birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, there is no other way for them. There is not a plan B, essentially. That is what it comes to.
So, for any people who forgot to protect dharma, so those who forgot what is the purpose, there is no other way. You have to come back to this term. You have to realize that this is the duty you are supposed to do, and you have to perform that. That is the only way you are going to get liberated. You are going to get moksha.
Sanatana Hindu Dharma, human birth is Uttamottama human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Your rights are immense as you have the possibility of enlightenment through a Hindu birth. So also your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting dharma is a responsibility.
Yes. So here Devi is saying that your rights in this world are immense. This means that as the manifestation of Param Shiva, your rights are immense. Your right means whatever you want to do, you are free to do. You are free to achieve anything, everything that you want to do, because you are given everything that Param Shiva has. He has given you the third eye. He has given you the Kundalini Shakti. He has given you the intelligence to understand, to listen this, what is being said, to listen to Swamiji's satsang. So everything you have got, your rights are immense, but also your responsibility in this verse is large. So once you have the rights, you have the responsibility. If you have the right to have a third eye, you have the responsibility to tell the people about the third eye, to enrich them about the powers of the third eye. So if there is a right, there is a responsibility. And protecting Hindu dharma, the Sanatana dharma, is responsibility.
Those who do not protect dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly. All those who took the Uttamottam birth, which is Sanatana Hindu dharma birth, all of you understand. The first responsibility of your life is protecting dharma. If you protect dharma, dharma will protect you. If you forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu dharma, you lose the right of living. So please understand, in cosmic law, there is no government as we think in the modern day world who is going to give us rights, even if we are not fulfilling the responsibility. In cosmos, there is no hypocrisy. We cannot claim entitlement for any law without taking the responsibility of protecting it. And there is the good news about it. By protecting the responsibility, by taking the responsibility of dharma, we can create Kailasa anywhere we are, because it works as per the cosmic laws, not as per the nation's laws.
So in this last statement, Devi is saying that if you forget to protect Sanatana dharma, you lose the right of living. So it does not mean that you will die immediately. It just means that you do not have the right to live.
You are added to the not care list, don't care list. So the Rakshasas, demons, anytime they can kill you and finish you off.
After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that Maya, she will keep quiet. So the Maya, after that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? So no one will bother if you forget to protect the dharma, whether you are living or you are getting destroyed. Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on earth is reduced. So here, Asuras and Rakshasas, here they are
being sent for reducing the burden on the earth. So you are basically a burden who has taken a human birth but not aligned,
fulfilling the duty.
And so you are a burden, and Rakshasas have come to unburden the planet of people who are irresponsible.
And so when Devi will see that this is happening, she will keep quiet, because you have chosen it. You have decided to remain silent. You have decided not to play the role you were meant to play. So it is the responsibility, it is the default responsibility that you have taken above you. This is the default result that will come because of your failure to perform the duty, that take up the responsibility.
Some seemingly irresponsible people might live. Some seemingly responsible people might die. Why? Because you're added to the don't care list. In the don't care list, whether you live or die, nobody cares. It is up to the Rakshasas whether they kill you or not. And Rakshasas also don't mind killing you.
So after this, seeing that Maya, she will keep quiet. So this is all about this, what Devi has revealed. And then we will be going further after this short break. Let us have a short break, and after this, we will go further. Thank you so much for joining. Nityananda.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara deities and Nijavatara living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara deities, in Nijavatara living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara deities and Nijavatara living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nityanandam, after this revelations from Devi Parashakti Akashic reading and going through the whole program, now it is the time to manifest the powers of the third eye. Swamiji has made the power of the third eye common and easily available for anyone who decides to manifest them. These powers are born out of just initiation. A mere look of the Paramashiva, the Guru, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is enough to make you manifest the powers of the third eye, which includes mind reading, teleportation, and other powers. Body scanning. There are 463 powers that a person can manifest, that Paramashiva has revealed in the Agamas. So, you will be manifesting some of the powers in the next segment of the power manifestation session, Kailasa Courtyard power manifestation session. So, it is time to prepare ourselves to enter into the power manifestation after this short break. So, now let us all get ready to manifest the powers of the third eye. And with this, I thank you all for joining us and giving your important, valuable time to us to listen to these revelations by Devi Parashakti. Thank you so much for joining in. Thank you, Nityanandam.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityananda. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusam Tattvamasyaadilakshయం Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, playing with life, playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, raising your frequency, not work.
Now let's understand who.
Science of our manifestation. Science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. It is a science because everybody can manifest it, and it is repeatable for everyone. The evidences supporting the science of our manifestation, the Shastra Pramana, Shastras, the scriptures, Pramana, the evidences from the scriptures, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramanas are the experience of the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayamas, Alvar, Siddhas. All of them have manifested all the powers of Paramashiva, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas, mapping to the Aptas and the Shastras, as per the Shastras, Bhagavan's very own Leelas. Shakshi Pramana, experience of the millions of disciple, devotees, follower all around the world, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, initiated by Bhagavan into the science. The Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific evidences of measuring being in the enlightened state. Again and again, Bhagavan beautifully gives us the higher cognition, how we can live as thoughtless and in such a peace and Paramashanta Swarupa space, manifesting all our reality and commanding over the reality. And let's go to the Shastra Pramana to understand the deeper science. The Shastra Pramana are the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. Here beautifully given the scriptural reference for the power of manifesting, power of will, changing the color of your hair or skin or eyes. And this is in the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.13. Ichcha Shaktir Uma Kumari. Bhagavad Paramashiva says his will is the energy of Shiva and it is called Uma, an independent power of Paramashiva, and it is called Kumari, the cosmic energy that plays. Beautifully, Bhagavan explains how we can manifest our reality. The more we are aligned to the higher consciousness, the more we manifest our reality. If the food can become blood in our system, such complicated system which even science has not been able to reinvent that in the outer world, why can't the food from the shop come to our home? That is where the Siddhas were able to crack that. If that is possible, it is also possible in the outer world. They understood the science, how we function, the microcosm, and mapped it to the macrocosm, manifesting all these powers. All the Siddhas, Agastya, all of them manifested all the powers of Paramashiva in such a ease. They even told the Vedas to the bull, and the bull was able to recite it. All that was not just a miracle, but a possibility that exists. How an animal could repeat something that humans were able to say. The impossibility in us, which is what we are stuck with. We have predefined area that we think we can only be possible in that area. But something beyond has been possible for all of the rishis, munis, nayanamas. Each story gives us that impossibility that they went through, and then suddenly they saw the whole science taking a different turn. Pattinathar was a big, very, very rich man. He did not have even one issue. All he understood was when his son, when he went for his business and came back, he gave a piece of letter, and that piece of letter simply read that when you are dead, you cannot take even a broken needle. Then why are you struggling with all these things? He simply got the click, understood the higher reality, and he was able to manifest that reality into his life, that he was manifesting all the powers instead of the wealth. His own sister wanted to kill him because people started talking ill about her brother, and she poisoned in the best thing cake that she made for him, which usually she makes. And when he came, he said, "Oh, you still love me the same way." And he was about to eat, but because of his space that he's integrated to higher self again and again, living only the space of Paramashiva, he saw there was poison in that. And he said simply, "Whatever was given to me, let I give back the same thing back to the house and let it take care." And simply the house started burning. Suttappam. So the food just was thrown on the house and the house started burning. Then the sister realizes that what a space he has now versus how he was before. He's only residing in the oneness space of Paramashiva. And now he has the power not just to manifest wealth, but something beyond himself as the reality. He is wanting to know the truth, how he exists, who he is, and what is that he came here for, which is eternal, which is not going to be dying in few years, and we are going to lose out everything. What is that I can perceive? Something in me which is reminding me again and again that I am eternal. That he started focusing, Patinatar, and simply started doing the miracles. He was a businessman. He did not have any miracle or anything, but he was a good at heart. The only thing now he understood was he has something beyond that he can manifest as his reality. That very simple thing that all of us can manifest once we align. That is why Bhagavan says simple integrity. Simple integrity is your higher self, who you are, again and again aligning to that. Simply you will start seeing life changes from predetermined to free will. Simply starts happening how you want to function in this world as ultimate reality, not getting disturbed by the what is happening in the world, but something beyond who you are in completely bliss and completion and satisfaction that we earn every day to go to sleep. We don't earn for something like that more than a sleep. Whatever we get, we want finally a sleep, because that is the core who we are. We want to get rid of ourself, our mind, and experience that oneness space with Paramashiva. But that is unconscious. Still, we are not experiencing that, even though that exists for us as a stopgap. But there is something which we can experience as in oneness and manifest as our will. Bhagavan beautifully teaches us that signs in the power manifestation after each of the powerful cognition, diksha, darshan, initiation, so that we start manifesting in our life, each one of our life, the Paramashiva, Parashakti space that we have come here to celebrate and manifest all our reality. So here Bhagavan is giving us the Apta Pramana and Atma Pramana. Apta Pramanas are the rishis, munis, ganas, nainamas, alvars, siddhas who have manifested all these powers. Here we have Muruga. He is fighting with battle between Muruga and Surapadma. His brother of Surapadma and all others, Asuras, perished on the 6th day. The battle between the Lord Muruga and Surapadma, the lance of the Lord Muruga pierced the body of Surapadma, who got himself transformed into a frightful mango tree, and he broke him into two halves. One half he made it as a peacock, and one half he made it as the rooster for his as his symbol, and one as his vehicle. This was clearly telling us how the Surapadma had the power to become a mango tree, and we had Muruga who can make the mango tree into a peacock, All this was just done as a power of will. Simply, the beautiful space was told as a story for all of us to experience. The ultimate was able to manifest as reality. This is from Skanda Purana, section 2, chapter 35. All these refer us again and back and forth into there's something beyond us which is manifesting our life, which is running our system, all the complicated system of our brain, of our heart, lungs, and breathing. If you're asked to do a job 365 days all the time, we would not do it, even though it is the most important for us. But something else is happening that is manifesting as reality in our body. That is the microcosm. The same thing can happen when we understand how simply the things function in our life. That Paramashiva is who functions our life even in spite of us. Even now he's functioning. And we put the stamp saying that I did this, I got this, I know this. And we mess up the whole thing and we put a stamp for the credits. The beautiful space that we experience is the oneness space with Paramashiva and manifest as reality. Bhagwan is here clearly explaining of power of will. Let's hear from Bhagwan.
Your love to integrate you and make your declaration reality. You are a bhakta, devotee, path of devotion you are traveling. If you use your fear, integrate you and make your declarations into reality, you are using the path of renunciation. I tell you, always use your love to integrate you. That will be most sweet, safest path. Declarations are sweet, declarations are tasty, declarations are powerful when love becomes base material. When the love is a lubricant, will is so powerful. I tell you, some of the very simple things I can tell you. Even while you are manifesting powers, your son or a daughter, somebody has already started manifesting the power. Have them near you in your lap. Let them sit around you. You will start manifesting the power. And I tell you, if you keep your parents, father, mother, or father-in-law, mother-in-law, in their old age with you, you will have the best old age when you are getting old, because your biomemory will learn to go through that peacefully. Understand? If you have your father-in-law, mother-in-law, father, mother with you when they are old and take care of them, it's a training for your biomemory to face your old age. You won't be shocked, you will not be surprised, you will not be shaken, you will not be terrorized when you face your old age. Whenever our devotees take care of their parents, love is a powerful lubricant to integrate your whole and make a will. It's a science. If you have a kid which manifests extraordinary powers, whose Kundalini is awakened, then I can experientially show you. When you are initiated into third eye, if you are struggling to manifest the power, have your son or daughter, your kid who is manifesting the power next to you, you will see your biomemory catches and manifests the power just like that in few seconds. Because love is a powerful lubrication for your will to get integrated. So start with that love, being in that space of love. Listen, listen.
to this translation and the truths expressed in this great verse.
So beautifully, Bhagavan is explaining how the love integrates everything. The love manifests as reality. Once Bhagavan said, how Ramakrishna said, if you do not know how to love your own people, then you will not understand the divine love. The hardest, Bhagavan says, is the loving the people who we are living, because each one of them are our patterns showing very distinctly to us. All that is our patterns which is standing up, our own perception. Like in the dream, we have a dream of our brother, sister, spouse, everybody on in our dream, and that is not the reality. When we wake up, we understand that. Same way, now also we are projecting our incompletion as each character of our life, and then we are experiencing incompletions, chaos, confusion. If we understand those are nothing but our own projection of each person that we are experiencing, we will understand deeper and we'll start settling the correction in us instead of them. Because we are looking at the mirror, no point in putting a paster on the mirror. When we understand that something is there in us, we have to shift. That is exactly what we are doing continuously. We think that love, if you experience with the people who you live, you are in such a beautiful space. But if you have some incompletion with people, that's job or the home, the closest people who we interact every single day, how we are, the inner image, the outer image, others image and life image, has to understand that how we function is completely from our point. If we understand the higher signs, we will not get into incompletion, jealousy, greedy, because we know they are the projection, they are in the mirror. What's the point in getting jealous of the mirror? It is our own projection of everything, our reality. The Paramashiva space in us is the only thing which is real. All others are our own projection. What we are doing in the dream is we are doing carrying over in a bigger dream right now. The existential reality exists in a much different way at a quantum space as a complete different possibility. But we are deluded into the thinking of what people are is nothing but they are against us, or they don't like us, or there is something wrong with us, or they are not giving us. Whatever we are holding is not there. It is in us where we need to shift. And that's what happens in the power manifestation. When we learn to shift the cognition in us, life also shifts outside for us and manifests as huge auspiciousness. Again and again, Bhagavan gives us power manifestation to do that shift in the outer world, which is starting from the inner space that we experience the oneness space with Paramashiva. Now let's go to the instruction guidelines of manifesting the power of will. If you have the Jnananjan in your Kantamala, take it and apply in your third eye and your temples, the 3 points that Bhagavan has mentioned. If you can record this video, it's beautiful, or take a picture of the spot. Mark the spot where you're going to change the color. Make sure it's changing 5 to 10 shades different. Do not accept anything slower than that. But if you started manifesting, you have the Kundalini experience or something has changed a little bit, you can start celebrating by sharing to get more and more manifestation happen. We study for 25 years to understand the science outside. Here, this is a science about our own self, our own life, how we are going to exist eternally on this space of consciousness. This science is more important than anything that we are going to carry. And all that which we are playing with, the toys that we have as job, as people, all that is not going to come with us more than our this birth. Something there is beyond that is functioning in us. Let's focus on that to manifest the powers of Paramashiva and really see the changes that happen in us. That shifts outer world reality also. Now mark the spot clearly and take a picture. And let's start manifesting the powers. Let's sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye. Again and again bring Parashakti, Paramashiva in your third eye. That oneness space, that's what Bhagavan says. When you love your own people, then you'll know how to love the divine inside you, because you're not clutched by any other engagement. The appointments and engagement that you give for so many other things, which is not important. When you withdraw from that and engage yourself to the higher self, you are naturally, you'll be so loving, overflowing with joy, overflowing with compassion, because you know the higher reality. You don't have the same problem with fighting with a toy with a small kid when you grow up to become a bigger person, because you know that is so simple problem to solve. Same way, you will not have the anger, incompletion, if you understand that your higher reality, that your consciousness, Paramashiva, you can manifest anything you want. So where is the question of jealousy? Who are you jealous of? You can't be jealous of your own hand. So it cannot be possible. The only thing you will understand is the higher science and higher reality. So absolute unclutching from anything that you know other than Paramashiva. Paramashiva, Parashakti, the whole inner space, if you fill with them, simply you will see a new reality be born, and the way you function will start shifting from the way you understand the world and understand how you are functioning right now. It's higher intelligence, higher possibility, higher grandeur way of living, Bhagavan says. And that is the Tyaga. Why do we call that as Tyaga if we are moving to the higher self? Because we are so stuck and got engaged into all our anger and incompletion. When we have to let go something which is not us, we call it Tyaga. And be in the oneness, Shaktipada, deep love that goes on expanding, expanding, expanding in your inner space and falls into the deepest gratitude of oneness with Paramashiva. The more you understand, the more you will start cherishing, because that's the original space of you which gets fulfilled when you are with Paramashiva. Nothing other than that can fulfill, because dream cannot fulfill us. If somebody gives you a change in the dream or ice cream in the dream, that's not going to be helping. Same way, nothing in this life can satisfy you, because you're after your dream. How can it fulfill? So we keep on trying in different ways, but nothing will work, because what we lost is not in the dream. What we lost is in reality. So we have to find that. The Paramashiva space in us. You are Paramashiva, you are Parashakti. Bhagavan says, even as a small child or you're in the deathbed, you are Paramashiva. Whether you know it, accept it, or do not accept it, you are that, because you are functioning, you are breathing. Even which is non-manifesting like matter is also Paramashiva. He goes to the next level of extent to say everything that exists is Paramashiva. Intensely chant the Mahavakya to create the space. Even Ravana, who did 1,000 years tapas, have to chant to lift the Vimana. So let us chant, not just listen to the chanting that we are playing, but chant the Mahavakya intensely. And these are the little and simplest exercise for us to experience the oneness with Paramashiva. When we chant the Mahavakya intensely, because Bhagavan has given the step-by-step process for us to experience, when we go by the process, step by step, we will experience the oneness and manifest as powers. All we need to do is sit back, sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva Parashakti as your visualization, verbalization. Remember who remembers these things. The energy and the matter. Beyond that, there is something which remembers and which manifests as matter, as energy. What is that? Be more attentive to that, more engaged to that I am Paramashiva. And chant the Mahavakya intensely, melting yourself into it. And simply the body and mind disappears and something new starts appearing as manifestation. You can simply witness the whole space by chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Let's start the first cycle by chanting the Mahavakya. Please make sure the place you want to change the color of your skin or your hair or your eyes, take a picture of it and Let's start chanting the Mahavakya and see what Parashakti gives as prasada. Let's be in oneness with Shaktipada, with Paramashiva, and chant the Mahavakya.
Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nityananda परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्दः 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 परमशिवोऽहम् Let Paramashiva's third manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda.
Such a beautiful space with Paramashiva again and again manifesting through all of us. If Paramashiva is sitting next to you, how would you feel? What would you feel? That's exactly how we, all of us, when we manifest with Paramashiva, that is exactly we are feeling. If Swamiji is sitting in the courtyard and you're sitting next to him and manifesting the powers, that's exactly the Kailash courtyard manifesting power space. Each one of you can understand, whoever comes to the Kailash courtyard are blessed to manifest all these powers. When you have the Shaktipada, simply you become reality. The space that temple has created, the Prana Pradishta, when you go there, even for a glimpse that you get in Tirupati Venkateshwara, you feel so much complete and you want to go there again and again because the very space is you and physical form. There's a beautiful story where the Garuda comes down and goes to all the Vishnu temple, and all the Vishnu temple has the Pandit saying that that deity is real and all the deities are Vishnu. Then Garuda is confused, which is real? How do I know? Then beautifully the Garuda is told, the Kridam that Vishnu wears, you go and bring that and you can put it and see which one is real. The Melakotai, the whole space that the Vishnu is there, the Kridam fits in so beautifully and the Garuda finds out the real. Like that, each one of us know that Paramashiva is the real space. Each time we experience that, we know very clearly that is the very space. It's like literally sitting with Swamiji right in front of him and experiencing the oneness with him. But we go around all the world searching for that space which is actually inside us, which we have to manifest to experience that. When you ask Bhagavan about what is that he has inside, is only Arunachala, he says only Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Other than Arunagiri Yogeshwara, he says, I don't know who I am. Same thing Ramana says, other than Arunachala, I don't know who I am. The space that you have inside is filled with Paramashiva. Then what would you be outside? You will be just an amazing possibility where you are in complete completion. You don't have anything to attack or anything to hurt or anything to say. You are in the perfect, beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva. That manifests through you as reality. That is free will. The free will, what we understand, is the only authoritative. But the free will that exists in us is Paramashiva, how your mother takes care of everything. That is actually the freedom than you running a family. You are free from everything. That is what happens when Paramashiva takes care of you. He showers. He takes care of everything that needs to happen to you perfectly and in detail, meticulously, much more than the mother can take care. The cosmic mother possesses you. That's what happens. And that can function and manifest all your reality and much more why you came down to planet Earth, and manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Once we align again and again to the deepest space that Bhagavan is manifesting through you, he is waiting more than you are waiting. If you are so intelligent to hold him, how much he is intelligent to hold you in that space. Hold that space. How you would feel if Bhagavan is sitting next to you, the presence of God. Bhagavan says, if you experience the presence of God all the time, that is your Atmalinga, always feeding it, giving it a bath and walking with it, giving it coffee, giving it food. That's exactly how you should exist as Paramashiva. All the time when you hold that as your primary cognition and your thought current and your worries or incompletion, everything with only Paramashiva, then the outer world starts shifting to a new reality, that everything starts aligning in your life and manifesting the huge auspiciousness in your life. So that is power of will. Let's hold that for a few minutes and chant for the second cycle. And in the end, we will take both the cycles and start sharing with the world. Now let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye, Parashakti, her smile, her gestures, her laugh, her showering boons, and her telling all the stories, all the beautiful things that she is showering on planet Earth every single day for us, continuously keeping us in that space. Hold that as your only cognition and chant the Mahavakya intensely to experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Let's start the second cycle. Power of will.
Nityananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita-pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye in all our burdens. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam.
So beautiful. Whatever prasada you received, let's share it with the world again and again to understand that whatever we are experiencing, the higher science, the higher reality, when we share the powerful cognitions, power manifestation with others again and again, extreme manifestation is extreme causing. When we start sharing that I am Paramashiva, I am Paramashiva, I am Parashakti, manifesting all these powers, simply you become that. What words you use is how you reflect yourself, and what language you use is how you are in your inner space. How the food that you eat is your body. And if your body is prepared for the higher consciousness, it will simply download and reflect all that greater science. Same way, if your thoughts, mind is ready, mind is a processor. If the mind becomes ready to receive the higher consciousness, it will simply manifest as the higher reality. When Bhagavan says just one word, it becomes reality in us. That is why we ask you to share, to again and again reiterate, because the Bhagavan says, beware, you are listening to yourself. He says that because again and again, what we say, we become that. And we know that very clearly in so many ways: health, happiness, or our own creation of our reality. When we are scared of something which is going to happen, it simply happens. And then we reiterate saying, yeah, I said it happens. You only said and made it happen and messed up. So let's keep telling this world that how we experience Paramashiva space, and we become that. The more and more you recite, all that Prahlada did was nothing but again and again said everything is Vishnu. Anything and everything, whatever you asked, the kid said Vishnu, Vishnu, Vishnu. And everybody thought he knows only one word, Vishnu. But he did all the manifestation. When they gave him poison, it became nectar. When they threw him in the fire pit, he just walked out like a feather. All that was a possibility, and we have seen in all the references exactly same. Whenever they start telling the world that they are Paramashiva, they become Paramashiva. And there is no doubt about it. And their higher consciousness and the way they function is different. Rama, Krishna, Janaka, Pandya, all were kings, emperors, and they were all enlightened. Enlightened is not running away and doing something else, but being there and experiencing everything as a whole. That's the most beautiful space. So go ahead and share to the world in your private social media platforms or tinyurl.com/power manifestation. It takes just a couple of minutes to put a picture and your powerful cognition to the world, to tell the world, hey, Bhagwan is showering on us, come and receive it also. And Bhagwan said so beautiful, if you take a cup, you can get it in a cup. If you take it in a bucket, you can get it in a bucket. If you bring a tanker, you can take it in a tanker. That much of bliss is overflowing continuously from Kailasa. Everybody can experience and heal themselves and raise themselves to the superconsciousness instead of getting beaten in all these pandemic. So share with the world how beautiful experience you had, and click on the dollar. So many of you are contributing. Thank you for all the contribution to Kailasa. Thank you so much. And whatever that we are contributing, it comes back as n times. All the punya does not leave us, and that also we have to experience. So simply it just n-folds comes back whenever you offer anything to any temple, and especially Kailasa. So thanking each one of you who had attended this session. That's really blessed. Do Anga Pradakshina for yourself also, for being here, especially with so much of chaos. Just being here in the space of Paramashiva is the best place to be. So with the deep gratitude and earning, ask Bhagwan to make this Paramashiva space as your reality. Surrender all your powerful cognition and powers to Bhagwan's lotus feet. Everything he has given, let him manifest our life also, same thing in such a beautiful way. With a deep gratitude and thank you each one of you, let's end the session with a Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you so much. Be there for the next satsang, darshan. Don't miss. On all the happenings of Kailasa continuously is being shown to you in different forms, medias, and the NTV. Please stay tuned. And the power manifestation session after that follows. Thank you. See you again. Nityanandam.